guess we're in the, hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We're not running a kindergarten here. We're going to starting our board presentation, the recognition for tonight. At this time, we would like to recognize Mr. Beach and Dr. Hino for their years of service to our ABC Unified School District. Dr. Zillow, please.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Tonight is the final board meeting for Mr. Brad Beach and Dr. Michael Eugenio. They began their term here in ABC Unified with us 4 years ago, and they were elected in 2020. And since being sworn in, they have contributed immensely to the board's decision-making and to our schools and our community. Mr. Beach served as president of the board last year, visiting schools, every single school, all 30, plus departments, to learn more about what makes each campus unique. He also attended many events and activities, including the promotions and graduation ceremonies. Dr. Eugenio has served as the clerk of the board in 2021, and he has been very active visiting schools, attending events. Particularly, he seems to like to support all the fundraisers that seem to have food attached. Not sure quite what that is. But he loves to help the parent-teacher organizations, the booster clubs, and we appreciate that. We know that both of these former Guard Gladiators always brought their best to the board meetings, trying to keep students at the center of their decisions. So on behalf of our students, families, teachers, and staff, we want to thank you for your 4 years of dedicated service to ABC Unified. And I'd like to have us start with some district certificates and a picture of our team together if we can. And then we'll get to all of the other things before we let you talk. All right, so we'll do a picture real quick and then we'll transition. Do you want to know the board members that we're going to present? Yeah, we're going to do a presentation.
Like an auction. First bid. It's like, who wants to bid on it? I know, right? Exactly. Fell off. Travel mugs. Yeah. Your travel mugs, your USB chargers, and your cigarette lighters. I told you it was a travel mug. Hi, Sally. I know, I saw her. I was in the shower. You're going to take your phone with you? I said it was a travel mug. And a USB. Thank you. A USB charger.
I'm going to start our board member. My colleague acknowledge both retired, I call retired board member. I'll start with, starting from to my left. Mr. Neola, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Say. It's been a very short time since I've known Mr. Beach and Dr. Eugenio. I've been on the board for just over a year now, but in that short time, I've gotten to know Brad and Michael very well. They've been, very strong leaders here at ABC and in their community. They represented both their districts very well. They've showed me that, leadership comes with a lot of sacrifice, and they both embody that sacrifice and persevered and brought a lot of positive changes. And I think in this room, you can see that change, that those relationships you made. I think as an elected official, we all have the special bond of public service. And I think you guys are like the best role models that we all can look for. And so we're sad to see you go, but we're glad that we had you here at ABC. We hope that we can continue your great work and keep moving forward here at ABC. Just wanted to keep it short, but thank you guys. I look forward to, still working with you guys in the future in a different capacity. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Since you started on the Facilities Committee and I voted for you to be the president rather than me, I think you've really shown strong leadership. It's not about being on the headlines. It's not about being in front of everything. It's sometimes the quiet leadership of bringing disparate people together. Where we have these invisible lines, we can come together, and you showed that. You were able to reach across to all different people, all the people that you represent in the district, and you learned and you grew, and you didn't just say, I know everything. You were humble enough to understand that we don't always have the answers right now and here, and building these bridges that we have in our communities. So I commend you for that, and we are definitely going to miss that type of leadership. You know, we have a divided world, and here we have in our community here at ABC something that's a lot more cohesive. So I thank you for that. And, you know, Mr. Board Member Eugenio, we do need prayer. It is important that we recognize that there is that other force out there that's beyond us here in this room, that we seek the guidance of others. And, you know, it's not always, again, grandstanding and hearing yourself talk, but it's sometimes being silent when silence is necessary. So I learned a lot from your quiet leadership. And sometimes that's what's needed in our group, where we don't need to yell loudly and we don't need to scream across the room, but we can quietly work together for the common good of all of our students. So thank you for that. And again, I'm really sorry to see you go, because we do need balance. And sometimes you voted your conscience. You were the singular person to vote in a particular direction, and that's okay, because that's living to your principles, and that's also part of working together. So thank you very much for everything you've done. As you know, the work isn't up here. It's being out there, going to the fundraisers and going to your kids' trunk or treats and doing those other things that people don't always see, but it's just as effective as sitting up here and making decisions. So thank you for recognizing and being that kind of leader that we need in our community. Okay, sure.
This one doesn't work.
It's okay.
Well, Board Member Beach, we will miss you very much. I mean, you know, you have shown what diligence and honest hard work is. You know, under your presidency, you were so involved visiting every single campus, putting out that video, engaging with the community, and you're just the type of person that we need on the board and in our community and in our state and our country. I hope that wherever you go, you will continue the involvement, because you bring sound judgment, well-studied and thought through process. You do your research, you do your homework, really appreciate that. And you know how to lead and speak up when necessary. So you've demonstrated a real patriotic, presence. And thank you for your judgment, and your just love for this country. We're gonna miss you in California, but I really respect your decision, for your children's sake. And we'll see you again. I know you're gonna be back. And Board Member Eugenio, you have been a man of dignity and principle. In a world where there is the right and wrong is so vague. There's no right and wrong, but you are that presence that demonstrate what is right and wrong, and you demonstrate that with your votes, with your words, and just your presence. I thank you for being that rock. Really appreciate that. I know that you will continue to be involved with the community, and this board will miss you very much. because of that balanced vote that this board needs. And as we go forward with in our California school districts, we'll as we struggle through. But thank you for your years of service. Despite the fact that many of us on this board are not retired, so it's pretty tough juggling work and time and everyone. But really appreciate your conscience and your demonstration of your faith and not being shy about really. God bless you at the end. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you for those strong words. And thank you for your presence. We're going to miss you a lot, you guys. I'm not happy. Okay, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have
Hi, thank you. Gosh, sorry, my apologies for being a little late and missing the beginning of it. And I probably am, what I want to say has been said. Signing up for this job is not easy. It takes a lot of sacrifices, and you don't know what it entails until you get to be part of this board. I think that there's always something that we can be proud of. We've accomplished a lot of things together. Brad, you were president. You got to see that end, and I think that your leadership, we were able to accomplish a lot and take the board in a direction that we discussed. And overall, just want to acknowledge your efforts, both of you, yours and Michael's, and of course, appreciate the time. And I'm sure your family is going to be very happy to have you back full-time.
Okay, well, I want to thank you both, Mr. Beach and Dr. Hino, for their services over the past 4 years. The last 4 years has been very challenging to our district, and they have helped make some important decisions there. And before my term began, Ms. Beach will serve as the president and lead us through many difficult issues, like selecting a new superintendent. I also appreciate his straightforward approach and a strong but flexible stand on issues that impact our students. And Ms. Beach was always very involved in supporting the Metro BB. And I want to quickly remind everyone of one of the things, I haven't talked about Dr. Hino, huh? Sorry about it, I wrote it in here. So I want to thank you so much. It was so honored to work with you. I know you'll be good because I know your parents very well since 2007. And you just represent what the Beach family is about. I want to thank you. Yeah. Now to my dear, I call him brother sometimes, Dr. Because under the God we are brother and sister. I know you will say some, thank God for that, and I really appreciate that. Dr. Eugenio served as a clerk during the time when we had many public comments during our meetings, and he did a very wonderful job in that role and support our students. He has been a calm and fair voice during our board meeting and always keeps student needs above anything else. I cannot thank you enough for your support and dedication to the school district, and I've been proud to call you colleague or brother. Thank you for your service to our school, and I especially made 2 cups just for you. I want you to hold everywhere you go. Has a logo for a current logo, blue one, very updated one, and also in the back say thank you for your services. And we are very proud. Everywhere you go, please don't forget your families here. Thank you, sir. And I also want that tonight, I know we have a lot of elected officials to be here. I do like to acknowledge them first before we have you make comments about our outgoing board members. Okay, I have Julia Arce, the field representative from Congressman Robert Garcia. Are you here? I thought we're checking. Okay, sorry. And we have from Congresswoman Michelle Steele. Do we have anyone? No. Okay, sorry. Okay, we have proclamation from that. And we have Isabella Cabajo, field representative for Assemblywoman Sharon Gorf-Kidd. Thank you. And we have, I believe it's Ms. Phoebe Liu is here today, representative for Service Janice Han. And we have our City Cerritos Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Chang Vo. Ms. Linda Johnson, Council Member, and Council Member Frank Yokoyama. We have from Atisha City, we have our Mayor Pro Tem with Mr. Ali Taj. From City Atisha, we have Rene Trevijo. And we also have, again, congratulations, just got elected, re-elected, Ms. Monica Manano. Congratulations. And we have a newly elected too, and I went to visit the open ceremony, which is our Lakewood City Council member, Mr. Davey Ariano. Well, Davey's here, right? Yeah, okay. So next one, I will call from, did Julia Arcee's here? I don't think so. So next one will be, we can proclamation to at the end, okay? So is this one? Yeah, we have Assemblywoman Sharon Silver's representative, Miss Isabella Cabal. Can you do it? Thanks so much. The podium's right here. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Apologies, I'm not Mr. Joe Pack. I've forgotten everyone. Where's Joe? Good evening. My name is Isabella Carbajal, and I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva to present 2 certificates to the Honorable Mr. Brad Beach and Dr. Eugenio. On behalf of the 67th Assembly District, we thank you for the time and effort you have dedicated to public service and making ABC Unified School District a safer, beautiful, and more quality place to educate children. Congratulations and best of luck in all your future endeavors.
There's a leather case.
So next one is Phoebe Liu, right? Next one, will representative for Supervisor Ms. Janice Hong is Ms. Phoebe Liu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Phoebe Liu. I'm here on behalf of Supervisor Janice Han. We just like to thank both of you for your dedicated service and your leadership, for being on the board. I know it takes a lot of time and commitment and also time away from your families, so thank you to the families for sharing them with us. The children are our future, and thank you for doing everything for our students here at ABC Unified. So on behalf of Supervisor Han and our 10 million residents of the County of Los Angeles, we'd like to present you with these 2 nice scrolls.
It's pretty. Next one's Chambo, right? Yeah. I think we should call the teacher first, the A's first. See. Next one will be from City of Atisha.
Artesia has a fun group here.
Yes, yes.
Joining me is Councilmember Trevino and Councilwoman Manalo. We want to thank you for your leadership. I just learned that you're leaving the state. Wishing you all the very best. Thank you, Dr. Ueno, for your leadership. We'll definitely miss you on the dais, but you're going to be here in the community, so thank you very much for all the good work that you've done. We'd like to present you with proclamation certificate from City of Artesia. Mayor could not join us.
Can we go up and
See, we have a fun group here. So with this, let's, yeah, I think we're ready. Go ahead.
Can you make a presentation the next week or no? No, next week? Okay. Next one will be for our city Cerritos.
Make it fun, guys.
Who's talking? Santa Sara.
Candidate to side back there.
I know. Wow.
Not suitable frame.
Hi, good evening. On behalf of the City of Cerritos, I'd like to present this proclamation framed to Dr. Michael Eugenio on your service to the school board. Thank you for your dedication and also for your dedication to the students in ABC Unified. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Mayor of Cerritos, Naresh Solanki, Councilmember Bruce Barrows, and my colleagues here, Mayor Pro Tem Chung Vo, and Councilmember Frank Yokoyama. Thank you.
We want to speak twice instead of just once, Artesia. Just joking. But it's too late. We can't go backwards anymore. Yeah. So, you know me. I'm Chung. We're here to obviously give you a proclamation from the city of Cerritos. Is everyone good? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to come here with the rest of the council and representing the whole council to acknowledge your service on this school board. This morning I woke up, I was excited, happy, and I realized, because I'm coming here tonight to give you this proclamation, so how good it is to have a friend to say that we're colleagues as well. And so I just want to thank you, Brad, Mike, your service, outstanding. Leadership is when you stand out there alone, even though you know you're not the most popular, but you have demonstrated that on many occasions, and I appreciate you for doing that, to show that type of integrity and leadership, and much appreciated. Brad, I know you got goals in mind, and you have travels in front of you, but we'll always be here. You know where we're at, and we'll be tracking you down to visit you in your nice mansion that you just purchased. But thank you for your service, and thank you, both of you, for everything you've done for the school district. And with that, we'd like to present this proclamation.
I'm going to say something. They're not here? Okay, I'll take care of that. Next one from Lakewood City. Who's over there? He had to leave. I'm sorry. So now I'm going back to the Atisha City. Would you like to come podium? I will do that. Would you like to come podium to talk about Mike Eugenio and Mr. Beach? I'll give you a chance to now. Did I say it? No, they did. I know, but I'm just saying they didn't have time to say a speech for. Did they? They're good? You okay? Atisha City? Okay. Yeah. You did? Okay, sorry about that. I thought when they said they didn't get a chance to talk.
We need to.
Yeah, I think Ali Charge say something. Council member did say that. Good. I try to take care of my sister. I try to take care of city too. So the next one was a proclamation from other. One is from the Congresswoman Michelle Steele's office. So, you want to go ahead? You want me to give it to you? Yeah. Not Michelle Steele, I'm Sophia Zed. For the Congresswoman Michelle Steele. Now I'm going to give you this chance to my outgoing colleague here.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, I'd like to thank God for the opportunity of the last 4 years to serve the district. All glory be to God in the highest. I'd like to thank the love of my life, my rock, my reason for living, my wife, May. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Your support was unwavering. I couldn't have completed these last 4 years without you. I love you and thank you for loving me. Thank you to my mom, there you are, my brother, my friends and family, for heckling me the last 4 years. To my colleagues here on the dais, thank you. I've learned so much from all of you these past 4 years. To my committee members, thank you for accepting my appointment and volunteering your time and effort to support the district. I am in debt to you. To my campaign team, 4 years ago, these individuals took a chance on a no-namer, putting their reputations at risk. Regardless, they stood behind me with their unwavering support. I'd like to give a big thanks to Councilman Rene Trevino. 4 years ago, that W was for you. Former 5-time Mayor Sally Flowers. My FTO, Councilwoman Linda Johnson. The secret weapons, Bernice Bautista and Marcelo Gonzalez. Bernice, Marcelo is looking down upon us smiling. Mrs. Leila Nam, His Highness, Mr. Sam Desai. This was all your idea. Manang Daisy Lagasca, you're a rowdy one, but I'm still your ading. Councilman Mr. Bruce Barrows, Mr. Joy Martins of Elaine Avenue, and Lily Kuo. May God rest your soul. I miss you. Lastly, I'd like to thank the residents of the city of Artesia for the extraordinary honor to be their representative the past 4 years. I am forever humbled that you placed your trust in me. I bid farewell, ABC Unified School District. It was an honor serving you. This is Dr. Eugenio, Show Me 10-7, logging off. May God bless you all and keep you well.
All right, I'll change my script a little bit and start by thanking May Eugenio as well first for allowing this gentleman to sit next to me for 4 years. It's been a complete honor, and I'm glad you're up here. It's been one of the biggest honors of my life to serve on the ABC Unified School Board in the district that I went to school. I'm very proud of the work that we've done over the past 4 years. Our board was always professional, supported staff, listened to parents, put students first, and worked well together. I'd like to personally thank President Say, Vice President Nishii, Clerk Noyola, Sue Yu, Olga Rios, and Dr. Yenyo. It's been great serving with you all. Our leadership has guided this district forward through difficult times. We protected students during COVID and wrote a resolution opposing COVID vaccine mandates for all children to attend public schools. If passed, this bill would have been devastating to our most vulnerable populations. And during COVID, we got our kids back to school as soon as possible. Our budget was balanced for the past 4 years, and we added to our reserves. This will be extremely helpful with declining enrollment and hard times coming. I listened to the residents and responded to every single request for assistance, and I'm very proud of that. We oversaw the spending of Measure BB monies and are modernizing our aging schools. We put safety and academic achievement as our top priorities. As president, I visited all of our school sites and made videos of our 30 schools in 30 weeks. Finally, we hired a great new superintendent, Dr. Zietlow, and I'm very proud of that decision. Our district is in good hands. I'd like to thank my wife, Marlene, and daughters Addison and Mackenzie for always supporting me and making this possible. It is a big commitment and a lot of time away. I'd like to thank my parents, Tom, who's not here, my mom, Janet, in the audience, for their support. I'd like to thank all of my friends, the Snyders who are here, the Lees, the Edwards. I appreciate you believing in me and always supporting me. And a special thank you to my campaign treasurer, Connie Edwards, who I think is watching from home, who's still doing my campaign statements. Thank you to all of our city partners, especially Cerritos, for everything that you do for our kids. I'd also like to thank all of the civic and nonprofit organizations that support our district. I have something special planned for you all at our next meeting. ABC was a great district when I went to school here, and it still is. I wish the school board future success, and I'm always available should any of you ever need anything. Long live and much love for ABCUSD. I'm Brad Beach. I hope I served you well, and I'm signing off for the last time. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to invite everyone in here, please join us for a reception until the board be back at 6:30. I would like to call the meeting to order. Ms. Weissman, please roll call, please.
President Mrs. Se,
Present?
Vice President Mr. Nishi,
Present?
Clerk Mr. Noyola, Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu. Here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weissman. This evening, we'll be discussing the following item in closed section: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, superintendent evaluation, update, and 2 matters. Under Government Code 54957. Next, conference with the labor negotiator. Update negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA under Government Code number 54957.8. Existing litigation, the board will be going into closed section pursuant to Government Code number 54956.9 to discuss 1 matter, Los Angeles Superior Court Case number 20STC v. 42396, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiation to its advantage. Anticipate litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code number 54956.9, 1 matter. Now, Ms. Manoyo, do we have any public comment on closed section item?
I do not see any.
Thank you, sir. May I have a move to closed section? I have motion and second, please.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Now the board's back to open session. May I have a motion and second, please?
So moved.
So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Now I just want to remind everyone, please silence your cell phone. Thank you. Tonight, in our closed section, in our board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, superintendent evaluation update, and 2 matters under the government code number 54957. And conference with labor negotiator, update negotiations with ABCFT, AFS CME, and the CSEA under government code number 5497.6. And we have existing litigation in closed section to government code number 54956.9 D1. The board approved the settlement agreement for Los Angeles Superior Court cases number 20STC V42396 in the amount of $50,000 from the district unrestricted general fund by the vote of 6-0. Anticipate litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation to government code number 54956.9 D2E1, 1 matter. Now we have a student from Carver Elementary School who are leading us tonight. Pledge allegiance. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, President Mrs. Say, Vice President Nishi E. Clark, Mr. Nayola, distinguished board members, Mr. Beach, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios, and Mrs. Yu, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, Superintendents, cabinets, and guests. My name is Chloe Harris. I'm a 6th grade student at Carver Academy. We are here today with our principal, Ms. Martier, and 6th grade teachers, Mrs. Okazaki and Mr. Tank.
Good evening. My name is Emily Solis. I have the honor of leading all of us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Good evening. My name is Joelle Kemp. I would like to share that at Carver Academy, we are respectful, safe, and determined. To be a safe Carver Scholar is to keep yourself and others away from danger, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. We believe in all forms of safety at Carver Academy.
Good evening. My name is Emily Nguyen. One example of being a safe Carver Scholar is having our regular emergency drills, such as fire, earthquake, lockdown, and active shooter. These drills help all of us know what to do in case of an emergency and help to keep us all safe.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Clara Wright. To be a respectful Carver Scholar is to show care and kindness. We show respect by listening and by paying attention to another person's feelings and thoughts.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Francisco. One example of being a respectful Carver Scholar is following the volume levels in various common areas of our school, such as hallways, bathroom, lunch tables, and the playground. As 6th graders, we help by modeling to younger students what the school expectations are.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Basine. To be a determined Carver Scholar is when you feel confident and focused on a goal. Being determined sounds like, I can do it.
Good evening. My name is Maria Zarate. On behalf of Carver Academy, I would like to invite you all to Carver Academy's Fall Cluster Celebration on Friday, November 15th at 9:30 a.m. We will be showcasing all the hard work of our Fall Cluster coordinators in a variety of performances, posters, and celebrating the culmination of our Fall Clusters.
Thank you very much. First of all, before my colleague makes some comment, I do want to ask you, do you want to introduce your principals here and your teacher? Can someone introduce your principal here?
Okay.
You have? Tonight, my principal is?
We have here our principal, Miss Martier.
How-
Okay. And we have our 6th grade teachers, Mrs. Okazaki and Mr. Tang.
Thank you. And we also have your parents here too, right? Are we done? We still have, yeah, we're still going
They
on.
drove themselves.
Oh, they drove, no.
They're that
Oh,
good.
Vice President said you drove yourself here. No, I know that. I know, they're not the police going to after us now. And we still have more presentation here, right, from the student? No. Okay, can we have parents stand up from the, this is a Carver's Elementary School. Can you stand up for us? There you go, yay! Our kids doing so well because the parents participate with the teacher and the district. I want to thank you so much. Stay here tonight, and I guess you're the one driver, is not the kids driving it. I want to thank you so much for participating tonight's event. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Maybe you know what the light is.
Yeah, so just look at us.
Okay, look again now. Maybe it was off. Sorry about it. So I have board member Mr. Beach. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been to the clusters for the last couple years, and I really like everything that your school's doing. Find one of those that you really like and make it a passion and try to do it more. And I was really impressed with all of you trying to speak without looking at your notes. You did a great job.
Yes, thank you. Next one will be our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you. The principal is always smiling and positive. No wonder all of you guys were so happy and dandy, and you guys were just perfectly coordinated. Thank you so much, and to the parents.
Thank you. Thank you again, once again. Really appreciate you participating in tonight's event, leading us the Pledge of Allegiance. I really appreciate. And you have a safe drive, parents and the teachers. Next one is our National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. I have Dr. Lozano, which is Director of the School Service. We also have a Mrs. Porter, our District Social Worker. Dr. Lozano, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Good evening. President Say, Vice President Mr. Nishi, Board Clerk Mr. Noyola, esteemed board members, Mr. Beach, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios, Dr. Sitlo, Superintendent Cabinet, and the public. We are really happy to be here today to bring awareness to our Homeless Youth Awareness Month, which is in the month of December. We thought it was a great opportunity to share all the work that we're doing to support our students and to provide you with some information about the students that we serve here in ABC. Oh, month of November, did I say December? Okay, it's loading. There we go. Okay, so National Homeless Awareness Month was established in July 11, 2007. And it is a campaign to acknowledge those children and family who are experiencing homelessness or unstable housing. Our goal is to, of course, raise awareness and promote action. And of course, recognize the critical role education has to prevent and end homelessness. The services that we provide are tied to our mission, are tied to our school services mission as well. And of course, it entails the portrait of our students, right? I think sometimes we have the picture of a student, the portrait of a student, and they're also part of the students that we serve. In our LCAP, we have a specific connection to serve our homeless and foster youth students with appropriate resources. And this is what is written on our LCAP. And as you can see, some of the commitments that we've made is to, of course, improve attendance and graduation, provide services such as transportation, basic needs, counseling, community resources, and of course, have dedicated staff that provide supports. Ms. Tina.
So the McKinney-Vento Act, that is legislation. It's basically a law that ensures that students who experience homelessness, that they have access to the same free public education that permanently housed students get. As such, it does require us to follow certain legislative requirements, and these have expanded considerably over the years that the McKinney-Vento Act has been around. It really boils down to the purpose of the Act, which is how we govern how we respond. We are charged with properly identifying and properly serving and enrolling eligible students. And so we have to be aware of the students that are in our community, that are coming to our schools, and we have to reach out and sometimes help remove that stigma around homelessness in general. As such, we work every day to remove those barriers to student attendance. We're all about education and educating students who have significant barriers in their way, sometimes even getting to school itself. As such, it's about achievement and it's about attendance, and we look to promote school stability. They move around a lot, our homeless students do, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. And when that involves a change of school, it can interrupt learning. So we promote school stability by keeping students here at ABC in their schools of origin and their schools of residence. Still me. So it requires us to serve students with the following situations. So the definition of homelessness under McKinney-Vento is broader than that that's under HUD. So of course there are students who very unfortunately find themselves unsheltered at times, but very often they're living either in shelters, they have lost their housing and are living in motels, hopefully temporarily until they find a permanent solution to that. We have students and families who are residing in cars. So these definitions are, a place where you live, it should be fixed, in other words, not have wheels. It should be regular, the same place that a student goes to every night, so they're not moving around and changing frequently, and it should provide adequate protection by basic needs. So it's not supposed to be a vehicle. It's not supposed to be living in a place like the back of a business or a storage unit or a shed or a garage or a place that has no running water, and our students are living in all of these situations. And also the most common situation our students find themselves in, where their families are supporting them by having to share housing with others. So they move in with other families, with friends or relatives, or they're couch surfing, or they're moving around frequently, but doing their very best to at least keep a roof over their children's heads. And finally, we serve children and youth who find themselves unaccompanied without the support or custody of parents or guardians, who are runaways, and those who frequently move around, or migratory youth.
My turn. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what drives the work that we do is we are constantly looking at collecting data. The chart here shows the trend over the last 4 years. When we look at the state of California, we look at the county, and then we look at the district ABC. We can see in 2019, 2020 to 2022, 2023, there has been an increase. The data is not out on DataQuest yet for the 23-24 school year, but based on the numbers that we've collected, we have seen an increase in students that are, and families that are reporting being under the McKinney-Vento status. So when we look at the homeless data, we look at the 2023 and 2024 ABC data and the number of students that were identified as being part of the McKinney-Vento. 274 students were identified last year, and for various reasons, right? We have kids who are living in motels, shelters, or temporarily doubled up. Like Tina mentioned, it's one of the most common that we see, temporarily unsheltered as well. And somewhere on this chart, there are 14 unaccompanied youth, which means that they have reported they are not living with a family member, so they could be couch surfing with a friend or sleeping somewhere out in the street. As of this year, the work continues to increase because we're identifying and educating more people on what it means to be eligible for the McKinney-Vento Act. So as of October 31st, there are 172 eligible students. 10 of those are unaccompanied youth, and we currently have 103. Actually, a few more were added this week of pending eligibility, which means that the MHPs have been doing a lot of work around working with families and finding out the status of those students and how they can support. And so we continue to see an increase. Just if all 103 of those students that are pending eligibility meet the eligibility, now we've got, over 200 and about 275 or more students, which puts us pretty close to our end of year last year, and it's only November. And so when we look at the data and we continue to work with our school secretaries and our school's mental health professionals to identify the students, there were 274 last year active, and 145 of those were in the elementary grade, 39 were middle school, and 90 were identified to be at the high school. This year, as of October 31st, we had 172 active, 114 of those students were elementary, 25 of them were middle school, and 33 are high school, with over 100 students still pending eligibility.
So we're looking now at the impact of homelessness on students. Our children do bear the brunt of homelessness generally. So a few facts on, how our students are impacted by the status of their housing. We know that our homeless students are often sick. They maybe are dealing with poor nutrition, perhaps lack of access to regular health care. But it's quite notable that they are sick at twice the rate of other students, 4 times the amount of asthma complaints, ear infections doubled, diarrhea and stomach problems. We see a lot of psychosomatic, a lot of running to the nurse's office, calling parents because they are, bearing the brunt of the stress of living in their housing conditions. We know that they go hungry twice as often, so thank you, ABC, for all the free nutrition that you provide. It's one of the reasons why we know our teens and our unaccompanied youth come to school, because we feed them. Students who are homeless are twice as likely to repeat a grade, so we're talking by 3rd grade. They have missed so much school that it's difficult for them to catch up. And when they do go to a different grade, they don't have the foundational learning often, not because there's an issue, but because they have missed schooling because of attendance. So they're twice as likely to repeat a grade as their permanently housed peers. And then, of course, there's the impact of trauma. The stress and anxiety of the changing of their lives routinely, losing friends, losing what is familiar and comfortable. And what we try really hard to make sure we provide is that sense of stability and safety with caring adults at the school. Still me. So a quick look at the services that we provide. So we look to make sure that our homeless students are receiving what they need. We look at the barriers to attendance. We look at the barriers to achieving in the classroom. So one of the key factors in McKinney-Vento legislation is the right to immediate enrollment. So if they're missing documentation, all right, we take you in right now. If you don't have what you need to come to school tomorrow, we make it a point to find what you need to come to school tomorrow. So missing documentation, missing immunizations, missing all of that required documentation that board policy mandates is sometimes a little difficult for our families to come up with. Maybe it's in a storage unit that they no longer have access to, or maybe they just don't have it anymore and they don't have the money to replace birth certificates, so we can help with that. Free after-school daycare. The ABC Excels program is a lifeline for our students because when they leave school, where do they go? Right? It's much better for them to be able to have that care and enrichment and socialization after school. Obviously, we're mindful of the need for academic supports when that's necessary. There's minimum graduation requirement eligibility for our 11th and 12th graders who have missed a lot of school and changed schools after 10th grade and are not on track to graduate within the 4 years with the ABC requirements. We provide transportation assistance. So if you're dealing with a family that has to move around a lot and all of a sudden they're in a motel in Downey, we have to work to provide the transportation to get that child to school, the same as if they were living within our district. Obviously, socio-emotional learning and engagement supports, we prioritize our homeless students for those services. And many of them, they literally do not have the basic needs that they need to come to school. So we focus obviously on what do you need to be in school tomorrow. So if it's clothing, it's school-appropriate clothing. Right? If they need hygiene kits, if they need food or items for younger students who are also in our area, who are also going to be ABC students, we look to support them as well. Obviously, referrals to mental health services. Many of our homeless students are at high risk of developing mental health concerns and disorders early in life, so we want to catch that early and support it on site, but also sometimes with outside referrals. Our MHPs work hard every day to provide all of these resources. Housing supports, we make referrals to a coordinated entry system to link them with SPA 7 supports with HUD for housing supports. And we have McKinney-Vento mandates that I have the job I have, right, which is a district level homeless youth liaison, but we also have the support of our MHPs, our school social workers at the sites, and they literally serve as the school site liaison. So they are more the boots on the ground for every school. We have obviously 2 at the high schools, they certainly need it. But we are charged as the liaisons for really prioritizing the care that they need.
And lastly, we just want to make sure that everyone is aware, in our webpage, we do have our homeless youth program information. It provides all the rights that they have, and what you see are links and resources that can be accessible for any parent and for the public. And with that, we definitely want to thank the team effort that we have in ABC to support our students. Lots of caring adults. So, of course, our Board of Education, our IT staff, all of this information has to be coded correctly. We have our school secretaries that begin all the process of registering. All the staff, including our nurses, including everyone that works at the site to ensure that we're taking care of our students, administrators, our teachers, our mental health professionals, our nutrition services. And I would like at this time to acknowledge some of our MHPs that were able to join us this evening, and just to show our appreciation for all the work they do. So if you can stand, our magnificent MHPs, mental health professionals. And that's the end of our presentation. We appreciate being able to share this information.
Okay, do you have any, my colleague, do you have any questions? I have, right now, I have a board member, Dr. Rios.
Thank you for the information, and I like that we're highlighting our homeless population. It was surprising to me. I'm especially concerned with the number of students that are identified in this category at the high schools, and maybe someone can speak to like the specific services. I know that they're named in our LCAP, and so I know that there's funding, and it's probably where our MHPs we fund out of that category. So I'd like just some examples of the ways that we support our high school students, because I'm sure it's hard for any student, but I can imagine, having that added burden as a high school, especially if they want to participate in sports or things like that.
Yeah, how the MHPs are supporting. So obviously at our high school level, we do have 2 MHPs at our high schools, comprehensive high schools, one at JC. So the different services that they provide are geared to, the developmental age of the student in terms of, how they're coping with the situations that they're in. So obviously, let's take our 11th and 12th graders. They might be struggling to graduate on time. All right, so recognizing that and meeting with them and building that rapport and working with the families, perhaps on minimum graduation requirement exemptions. There's the practicalities of getting to school. Teenagers particularly don't want to come to school if they don't fit in. Right? So if they don't have what they need to be the same as their peers, right? Or they don't have the haircut, if they don't have the clean clothes, they are not going to show up, right? If they can't get transportation to school, or they're, maybe estranged from their families or having difficulty with family relationships, they might need a bus pass. They might need support in getting to school. They might be graduating, let's say, and are worried about attending, the events and the celebrations that our, high schools put on. So finding funding for that, making sure that they know that they can attend. Taking care of, I lost my Chromebook. Oh, well, you have to bring it in, right? Or, you won't be able to do your schoolwork. No, we understand that you move around a lot, that things happen, and we want to make sure that it's seamless, that you can come to school and you can get the supports that you need. We prioritize working with these students with supports from our mental health professionals. As again, I mentioned, they're still the site liaison, so they know who these kids are, and they're able to identify them and, build that relationship, because having relationships with trusted people at your school is sometimes what they show up for. Mm-hmm. All right? But I would say, probably sometimes the biggest thing for our teens who are looking forward to graduate is knowing that they'll be able to do so and walk with their peers and do it the same way as their peers. We also have to look to what is going to happen after graduation. All right, so making sure that we are dealing with those conversations, so hats off to our school counselors and also to our MHPs who remind them about, looking for funding, for encouraging them to, continue their education or to look for opportunities, beyond high school. Our key goal is always graduation. We want to get you there. All right, so we have those conversations every day.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a request, and this is probably more for a superintendent or assistant superintendent. I'd like to see outcome data of these students, and so that we can identify maybe some gaps and brainstorm ideas of how to better support them, because graduation is ultimately our goal for all of our students, but I can imagine that this group is especially vulnerable. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. That was a wonderful suggestion. Next one, I have a board member, Mr. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. And first of all, I want to thank Dr. Lozano and Ms. Tina Porter for providing and working with our most vulnerable group of students in our district, and very proud that our district is able to provide services to this group. My question is, in last year, seems like we had 274 students, but this year we only have 172, which is good, but are we not able to identify yet, or after the 103 students, pending students get added, it'll be about 274-ish?
I think that what our sort of takeaway was from running those stats is that we are already at numbers that we were at the end of the school year for 23-24. Mm-hmm. So as the year moves forward, new students come in, or we identify new students. Mm-hmm. All right, so the numbers are definitely increasing. Right.
So we are required to identify and follow a process.
Mhm.
And so at the beginning of the school year, the identification phase begins with the students that did return. But then at the same time, as students are enrolling, there are questions where parents then may report. And sometimes, again, because there's a lot of caring adults, they do notice, and kids sometimes share, which shows that we do have good connection with students, and they begin to say, well, we had to move in with my auntie, and right, and so the identification continues through the school year, and so the numbers may continue to grow.
I see. Do we have a limited, capacity?
No. We serve whoever is eligible. And also during the school year, I think it's worth pointing out that families who are permanently housed today may not be permanently housed next month.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, because we have a lot of families, well, as we know, affordable housing in our district is hard to come by. So a lot of families are sort of hanging on, and perhaps in trouble. And before long, they may be losing that housing. So we need to know when that happens so we can make sure they stay.
And just to add to part of the process is we do actually check in, specifically 3 times a year, because also sometimes too, their situation changes, right? And then, those numbers change because sometimes they're back on track and they don't need that support anymore. So it's a constant tracking of the data and the student need.
I mean, obviously, we have Dr. Lozano and Tina Porter, who obviously seem very compassionate, but just for the rest of the public to hear, what is the process for some of the struggling families and students? What is the process of identifying those families and students so that they know that they have this access to this program?
So when they're enrolling, there are specific questions that then the parents, will complete, and in there they will share. I think because we've created, we do have MHPs at all our schools. I think, our schools know that we have these resources. They inform the parents right away. There is a stigma about saying, I am homeless, right? Sometimes when we hear that word, we're thinking of some of the homeless people we see in the street. And we know that some of these families are working really hard, 3 jobs, and they say, no, for right now I'm living with a neighbor, my friend, we're gonna be okay. But what they don't realize is we have resources that we can provide to, for that load not to be as heavy, right? And so that's the education that we like to do, and this is a great opportunity for us to continue to educate the public. I can tell you that we went to the Hispanic Latino Family Circle, and we presented our services that we had presented here before, and I had 2 families that reached out. And so it's the more that we inform our families, the supports that we provide, then they take advantage of those.
Maybe we need to use a different vocabulary, right? Yeah. So, well, lastly, is there, how encourage the students for career too? Do we have a program where we can empower the students to get a job or to, post high school graduate?
Yeah, so we've had some success too they participate and they have the right to participate in all our activities, right? All of the programs that are offered at our schools. But I think definitely the work that our MHB, being the liaison, being able to say, there's a perfect opportunity. We've linked some students for the work study program. And so we're always thinking, and we want to make sure that there's an awareness that it's all about making sure that they have access so that they can continue improving and growing. So yes, we make sure that we're going to be working with CTE to ensure that they're taking advantage of all those opportunities that do exist for all our students.
Okay, lastly, I just want to say thank you to all the staff and working with our students.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I think I remember trying to run a homeless program, and it was hardest thing to get people to admit that they don't have the money and they are homeless. So some of the schools are impacted more than others, I'm guessing. And so how do we address that in terms of financially supporting them? How much do we support each kid by approximately?
We don't have like a specific amount, per student. I think, so what we do is we receive the funding, and that's what's available for us to ensure that they have access. They can participate in all those opportunities. And then the ABC Community Center, we do have also donation opportunities, and so that's also how we can provide some of those basic supports. I think it's more of how do we make sure that they understand that they have the right to these services and that they can take advantage of those, where, we continue to do the work.
So do we track how much we're spending specifically for?
Well, that-
So I understand that
Right.
each person's going to be a different amount of money that would
Yes.
help, but there's
Yeah.
a certain amount that we'd have.
Yes, so
budgeted,
we
right?
do everything that we do, right? When it comes to the eligibility, it is tied, and we do have to keep track of that budget. And so, of course, Mr. Nguyen does a wonderful job, and so we're always making sure that the budget is aligned to the needs of our students, and so yes.
So for example, if a school over here has a higher percentage of homeless persons, then that will budget accordingly in terms of that, and that would change on
It's
a
a
regular basis?
district budget, right? And
district
so it's a district budget, so when the need exists, and I think there may be sometimes an assumption that some of our families that have unstable housing are in certain areas. They're everywhere. That is the reality. They are everywhere. So, and I think that's also why it's work for us to really understand that when we do know our community, when we do know our families that are coming in, right? So there may be some areas that may be more impacted, but in reality, we actually during the summer post what the law says we need to do so that they know that if you're in this situation, we want you to be in school and you have a right to do so. So please make sure that, you come in. So we go post those in laundromats, around, public places within our district, because we have the responsibility to announce it, that we have services for them.
So one last question regarding community partners. So I understand that Optimist is a pretty strong community partner, but are there other community partners that we're reaching out to? And also, I noticed that we have a super low percentage here in comparison to the county and the state of California, which is great. But in order to address that 1 or 2% that we have, which is in our place translates out to 270, what other partners are out there that we are seeking out? Because I know there's only so much money.
We also work with Baby to Baby.
Baby to Baby.
And I'm trying to remember from the last presentation. But I think one of the things, especially some of the agencies that provide additional support, so we have one of our MHPs that is making the linkage, right, to supports and services, county services as well. And I think that's also, another area where we want to continue to find those partners that can definitely support us. So
Are we competitive with grants and things like that? Or is it kind of hard because of where we're at, or?
I think for right now, we haven't looked at grants. I know that we are in contact with LACO, trying to find out what other opportunities they have. We just actually came from a symposium, and so the reality when we say our numbers are low, it goes back to educating our families for them to know that the services are available.
If we were to fully serve this, I know we're serving them. I
Yes.
understand that. If you had optimal everything, Christmas is here, what would that be? What would that look like?
I think the best gift we can give all our families is education, access, right? For them to feel this is where you belong and this is where we're going to take care of you, right? And we understand you, and we're just going to work together to make sure that your children are successful. Yes, we have the giving tree coming up. And so that is support that we do as a community. The ABC staff is very generous, and so we do we have that coming up, so that's going to be something that,
I've seen the Christmas and the
Yes.
Halloween, the Halloween candy drives that you go and get things from Target. I remember Target giving out a lot. I think they give out a ton of things. The Great Land.
I think that one of the things we don't always count is, the smaller level resources that, people can provide, like the Brownie Troop here or there, or the Cerritos Senior Center always supports us. So they have like their favorite things they like to do. And so Christmas baskets or, Thanksgiving food supports, there seems to be that sort of constant upwelling from our community, but often on a family or smaller community level.
I've seen a few families do that, right?
Yeah,
this is my thing, I'm going to do it.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Giving Tree that we've done for a few years now, just people know about it. So it's for staff, right? But, other community members hear about it, and I think it encourages them to say, well, can we help? What can we do? So in those cases, we're identifying individual families, right, or students, right, and confidentiality is a big thing, right. So when that happens, then we will collect whatever it is that someone wants to share, and with the help of our MHPs, we get that to the students and families. Right. But we are always mindful of confidentiality, so sometimes they think it's really nice, or can we give it directly to the family? And we go, well, that's not really how we do things. Right? But, we know that the families are going to be, really grateful for this, and, we appreciate what you're doing for us. So we're forging relationships, I think, on the micro level, a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Say. I just want to start by thanking you guys. I know the first step is awareness, bringing awareness to this, making everybody know that there are resources out there. And I want to thank Dr. Lozano, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Nancy Romero. I see them in the community looking for those resources, trying to find those partnerships. And I just want to give kudos to you guys. And of course, our MHPs in the house. They do so much for those kids. They're champions, they're their advocate. They make school feel like home for them. So I want to thank you guys in the audience. And finally, how can people from the community give? I know, like you mentioned, for students, fitting in, finding the clothes that make you fit in, the shoes, haircuts. Like if a barber wanted to come in, like, hey, I want to donate 20 haircuts to the kids, who can they reach out to?
Reach out to us.
Reach out to us.
Yes, school services, yes, we take it all. No, I think the process would be to come through school services, so that way Yes, process will be to come through school services, and then, we want to make sure that these services are available, and what a wonderful way to engage our community, right? Because I know there's a lot of generous people that would like to donate their time and talents, right? And so we appreciate any help that we can get, so through school services.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
I want to thank you too, such wonderful presentation. I also want to recognize Nancy Romero, she's staying in the back, helping and setting up the thing together. I want to thank you. Couple things, I'm a nurse. So I'm thinking we're talking about food, we're talking about dress, and I'm thinking something else. What about electronic things they need? The homeless, where they're going to find the charging, there's the iPad or Chromebook. And do we provide, this is kind of little money, a charger. They can charge at school, then they take it home, and they can use it, connect to the Chromebook.
Yeah, and we also have for the internet, we also provide that.
Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi for that, yeah. And then that's really good. Then also, we were talking about Optimist Club, Thanksgiving's here, Christmas here. Our kids doesn't deserve to be like that. When I'm thinking about it, it's just kind of so sad. What can we do more for them? I know Optimist Club, they always have a dinner, Thanksgiving dinner serve for local. I think this time we should ask them to really provide it, really those people really need it. One of the story that I experienced with myself, one of my students was homeless, and she's a nurse student, and some people doesn't like him because he has a body odor. He has no place to take shower. So when I talked to him, since we're in the hospital, OR has a shower area for the doctor and nurse just in case they get split spill the blood. So I find a place for him to take shower when he goes to the hospital. At least 3 days, I can provide a free shower area for them. The college I'm teaching right now, we do have an area. The student can go to the gym area and take shower, and we'll provide a towel. And I think maybe we should think about that, take into consideration. We have James H. High School. Body odor is one of the things also make them kind of low self-esteem. If we can find a solution, that would be really great for these kids. And then when one kid at a teacher at Gar High School, he was homeless. Guess what? He went to the top university. He was get, remember that one? Once Dr. Weiss was there, and I was so excited. I hugged him. I congratulated him because you know what? He's going to make a change on the rest of his life and his future family. I think people in here, we all mostly will have everything that we want. But there are kids there does not deserve this. And I know Thanksgiving that we're talking about clothing and grooming. Maybe we can do in here. And I'm going to, because I have a lot of a nice jacket at home. My kids moving out, the jacket's still in the closet. My closet is still full. I would take that and I clean it up. Christmas here, Thanksgiving's here. All of us in here, just check your closet. Something you don't like, we'll contact you, right? And we have a ABC Community Center, which is nearby Fatty area, and that area have shoes, have clothes. I think we can do more for that, and now expand that place, and so kids can have a choice there to go in there to pick up the thing they would like to have. Especially our board members, Ms. Yu just mentioned about the job opportunity. We can do something, help them practicing. We can give them a suit, teach them how to look for a job after high school graduate. Those kind of things really can help. Those kids really need help. I always believe we lay hands on one person, do the one thing for one person, our world become more pretty. And I want to thank you so much you put it out tonight. I really appreciate it. And we'll pray for those kids too. Thank you. You giving us a button or? We have buttons here. Yeah. Do we have enough for the audience too? We might do, okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Okay, next one. Next page. Next one's a Native American Heritage Month, and tonight we have Dr. Castro, our Assistant Superintendent Academic Services. We also have Mr. Watson, our Equity Officer. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Say. Thank you for continuing to acknowledge the various culture and diversities that are represented in ABC. This month, with November, is Native American Heritage Month. And so to honor that, we have asked our equity officer to provide a presentation similar to what we saw last year. But as we continue to do so, we would like to include student voice. And so we have some students with us this evening to talk to you a little bit about what they're learning regarding Native American heritage. Dr. Watson, or Mr. Watson, excuse me.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, Madam President, Vice President Nishi, Board Clerk Noyola, Board Members Beach, Eugenio, Yu, Dr. Rios, Superintendent Zitlo, members of Cabinet, and also the community. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Blaine Watson, Equity Officer in ABC Unified School District. Before I begin, I just really want to thank the board and also my colleagues, Dr. Lozano, Tina Porter, and the team for the staunch advocacy for some of our most vulnerable students in the district. Equity is definitely a theme in the work that we do every day, and I'm really happy to know that we're part of this team that really fights for our students and support. So thank you again for that work. I have the distinct pleasure tonight to talk to us about recognition at a national and local level for Native American Heritage Month. But most importantly, we have student leaders here from Gar High School, Go Gladiators, who are going to talk about their experiences around learning around Native American heritage and the impact and perceptions they have around learning about Native American heritage and experiences of the people of Native American heritage. And so, with that said, I just want to quickly outline national Native American Heritage Month was actually, the observation began in 1990, 30 years ago, 34 years ago now, when President George Bush at the time began this observation, passed a proclamation to begin the observation to recognize people of indigenous heritage, right? Not just Native American, Native Alaskan, Native Hawaiian, and also affiliated Polynesian communities. It's also important that we recognize not just at a national level, but we recognize at a local level. And last year we talked a little bit about this, about the recognition of the Gabrielino Tongva people who are native to the land that we inhabit today here in ABC Unified School District. And we have actually evidence of those people close by, right, at Fetty Middle School. There's a burial ground that was discovered there several years ago. So I'd invite members of the community to please go and experience that. There's a trail, right, that has several indicators of the people there. And so we want to make sure we recognize those individuals in the land that we're occupying today. Also, there is a very small but mighty population of Native American, Native Alaskan, Hawaiian, and Polynesian students here in our district. And we at ABC Unified School District, what I've learned, we definitely celebrate the diversity of our community and the cultures of our community. And so although small but very mighty, we do see these cultures emerge and are recognized at a very high level. And tonight, we have the distinct pleasure of hearing from two of our student leaders. I'm going to introduce them in just a second, who were asked, right, and invited to present on their experiences in the Ethnic Studies course. They're both at Gar High School, and just as a reminder, the Ethnic Studies course is offered in 4 of our high schools across the district. And the Ethnic Study course is really about exploring the diversity of our community, right? The intersectionality of the individuals in our community, exploring different identities, different characteristics of identity, right? And how those show up. Also experiences, the historical experiences of people in our diverse community. And then also allowing students to explore their own identity and how they can connect and really build higher levels of tolerance and understanding and support for diverse people. And lastly, also the idea of inclusion. What does it mean to be inclusive and learn with people and support and advocate for people whose experiences are different? And so very proud that we are offering this course in our high schools. It's a graduation requirement for the year of 2030. So we have been ahead of the game in ABC Unified School Districts, and we're proud to be, pioneers in that work. So without further ado, I want to introduce 2 of our student leaders from Gar High School. First we have, I'll let her introduce herself actually. So come on forward. You got it, Layla. Yeah, it's here. Here you go.
Good evening. My name is Layla Correas, and I'm a student at Gar High School. I'm very honored and pleased to have been given the opportunity to speak with you about National Native American Heritage Month, and along with some of the insightful lessons that we've learned in our Ethnic Studies course at Gar High School. To begin, the very first thing that we were taught in our Ethnic Studies class is about identity and how it's unique to each individual. There are so many factors that contribute to one identity, and something that everybody has is their ethnic background, their history. The same goes for Native Americans, whose history has been ignored for far too long. Throughout their history, Native Americans have had to deal with the consistent struggle of preserving their way of life and culture in a rapidly changing environment as a result of Western expansion, especially during the Gilded Age. During this period, Native Americans were forced to assimilate with American society, which caused them to be displaced, and for some to have had abandoned their traditions entirely. Despite so many hurdles, Native Americans have persevered and managed to preserve their stories and beautiful culture to share with the rest of the world. As a result of learning about Native American history, it has made it so we, as citizens of the United States and students, can appreciate, celebrate, and understand them even more than we did before. It is the point of this Ethnic Studies class, to expand our knowledge to be able to understand one another in the melting pot of cultures in the United States of America. Each lesson we learn contributes to the bigger picture of how our country came to be the way it is today. It also helps us understand why we have National Native American Heritage Month and so many others. And so I look forward to the future of the Ethnic Studies program and hope that the ABC Unified School District will continue to support learning experience to allow students such as myself to learn these vital parts of history. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Oh. Good evening. I hope everybody is well. My name is Josué Villalpando, a student at GAR High School. I am thankful for the opportunity to speak with you about National Native American Heritage Month and the meaningful lessons that we have covered in our Ethnic Studies course at GAR High School. I would like to first thank Ms. Aguirre, who is personally with us here today. Throughout these few months at GAR High School, and of course in our USA History Ethnic Studies class, we have covered many topics about the history of the United States of America, but not simply far away as, of course, let's just say Washington, D.C., Oregon, or places that you would normally just know about in history. No. In ethnic studies, we have been able to cover stuff that is local in our ABC community. One example would be, as Mr. Watson was clearly mentioning, the Ferry Sports Complex, which was originally the sacred land of the Gabrielino Tongva people. One of the many lessons that we've covered in our U.S. History Ethnic Studies class is the topic of land acknowledgement and how it impacts the world and how it's still a dilemma that we could bring awareness to for the better of this community. Throughout the Ethnic Studies course, we have learned that a meaningful knowledge acknowledgement has made our own understanding of the subject. That the acknowledgements should recognize the land that once belonged to the indigenous people, not simply Native Americans, but maybe it could also be for people that have experienced problems in the past. And the land acknowledgement should be with honest respect. It shouldn't be just something that you do because you are forced to. It should be out of the kindness of your heart in order to respect for the past mistakes that many other people could have caused and for the people who have suffered. Of course, in our ethnic studies course, we have not only learned about land acknowledgement and its importance throughout our history, but simply as part of the United States of America, has allowed us to recognize what was true history in order to flip a page on what was once a dark chapter. In conclusion, learning about the role land acknowledgement plays in today's society has allowed not only I, but this ABC community to respect the land of indigenous people. And at the end of the day, ethnic studies has permitted us to understand the world around us, and I hope ABC Unified School District can continue to support the Ethnic Studies program and hopefully expand it to more schools throughout our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge, Ms. Aguirre, can you stand again, please? So you answered the call. I want to just thank you personally. We reached out also with the support of Mr. Woodbury, program specialist, former history teacher, working together to recruit our student leaders to give the presentation tonight. Just want to thank you for your leadership, your advocacy for our students. Thank you very much. And also, Dr. Richard, there you go. Dr. Moore, thank you for your support in getting our students here tonight.
Okay, I do have one more board member on the dais, which is our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. Thank you, Mr. Blaine Watson. You do such a fantastic job of really enlightening us and teaching us about, different, diversity, the ethnic, groups. And thank you for the presentation. The students did a great job. And quick question, Miss Erica Aguirre, she's a teacher at GAR.
She is.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Great job. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, next one's our board member, Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. As always, I very much enjoy these presentations. I love that today we're talking about ethnic studies and the impact that it's had on our students. So thank you for taking the time. Something that I'm going to kind of challenge us, and again, this isn't a request for you, our equity officer, when we discussed as a board the idea of an equity officer, I think part of it was to identify maybe gaps. And so again, this isn't for the students tonight, but I think moving forward, I would be curious to see when we celebrate or when we discuss certain ethnic groups in our district, I'm curious to know how this particular ethnic group is doing. You know, ultimately as a district, our job is to prepare kids to be college and career ready. And so something that usually comes up for me is, you know, like what are some areas of success? You know, maybe one today that we highlighted was learning about our cultures, valuing, and how that enhances their sense of self, and maybe sometimes it's, you know, I'm an ethnic studies major, so it allows us to pursue bigger and better goals, but it's also an opportunity for us to talk about gaps. I happen to know a little bit about the Native American population, and again, we talked about vulnerable groups. You hear about the statistics, and so I'm curious, you know, as a district, how are we doing? How are we serving our Native American students? Are there areas that maybe we can support them in better ways? Ultimately, we want kids graduating. We want kids, you know, if we're talking about elementary, we want them reading at grade level, et cetera. As a board, I think we really got behind the idea of ethnic studies, so I love that we're ahead of the game. But, you know, now let's take it one step further and start talking about outcomes and achievement levels, which seems very bright from today's presentation. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one, our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'd like to reiterate or amplify what Board Member Rios is talking about in terms of we have a baseline right now. We have some ethnic studies, but what happens when we make it a requirement, and what happens when we really fully implement it? Do we find that these particular groups score better, meet their dreams, get their college careers? So that's the real impact. Otherwise, you know, we want to spend money and understand cultures, but we also want them to be successful in their things. So if you can, it'd be good to be able to track that, right? Also, not just to the college, and I know it's hard, but maybe even to career. How did, you know, here's X time right now, or just before that, we had such and such a success rate with X group or Y group or Z group that's not the same, and now we have succeeded. We have to be able to measure that. We have to justify it to the public how this is positively impacting the specific targeted groups that have traditionally not had academic success. That's what I'm thinking. So thank you for your work.
We have a board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, President Say. Thank you, Blaine Walston, for always, you know, bringing out these stories and making us aware of different cultures and celebrating them. And also thank you to Layla and Josue for sharing why ethnic studies is so important for you guys as students. A question I have for you guys, I hear so much about the Gabrielino Tongva people and how they used to take care of our land. What are some things that you learned in your ethnic studies that you can, you know, share with us, you know, teach us a little bit?
Well, the Gabrielino Tongva people were, as we've so far learned in our ethnic studies course, was originally a tribe that was around this area, but due to the Spanish colonization, I forget what time period this happened at, lost touch of their land, and so therefore this is why land acknowledgement is very important. But I feel like the Gabrielino Tongva people were just a victim of what was surely a continuous problem that was the Spanish colonization, and losing their traditions, losing like pretty much everything that originally made them part of the Gabrielino Tongva people. And so I think losing the identity of who they were kind of shaped into what is currently the battle for land acknowledgement, and what is still going on as a debate that we can still keep on talking for many years to come. But I feel it's something that we should bring awareness to.
To add on to what Josue said, they were, during the Spanish colonization, they were forced to discard their culture and were forced to assimilate into Spanish society. And they did lose a lot of their culture, and they did struggle to preserve that. Unfortunately, I forget her name, but there is this very prominent Native American Toiperina. I'm so sorry if I butchered that name. but she was a leader and she fought to preserve her culture and to really make it so her people will fight for it, I guess, in a way. So, sorry, it's really important for them to be acknowledged because they did struggle to get here and they have gone through many years of suffering to come to this point in time to have a month dedicated to them and to be acknowledged for the land that they hold very dear to their culture. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Just one more thing to add. I know there is a lot of, cultural events here in our community. I know FEDI hosts an annual powwow, Cal State Dominguez Hills, for people that want to learn more about the cultures and the different indigenous groups that, like you guys mentioned, were, lost to colonization and, during the Gilded Area. So it's important that we keep those cultures and learn about them and learn from, different groups. I know we have different clubs on campus for different ethnic groups. I would like to see maybe in the future you guys start a group for indigenous or Native American groups and, keep that culture alive at ABC. Thank you, guys.
I want to thank you so much, Ms. Watson, and leading this beautiful presentation. And I want to appreciate the two students here too, and the teacher. One thing my mom taught me, she only had a second grade education, housekeeper, this is what she said to me: Sophie, I want you to treat the people the way you want to be treated. We don't earn the respect. We're born to be respected by among each others. I want to thank you so much. That's my ending. And thank you again for presenting to us today. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Now, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of November 6th? And a motion and second, please. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 15?
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Now is my report. It was busy, attending many places, which is most common my 2 weeks job duty. It was busy since we met last time on October 15th. October 21st, Los Angeles County School Trustee Association. October 25th, attending the trunk or treat at Willow, Nemus, and Stour Elementary School. October 29th, and other day we had the Assembly Sharon Quicksilver present how a bill becomes a law, and she presented Kennedy Elementary School and the Kennedy Elementary School also Kennedy, and there was another middle school here. That was early, okay. So on October 29th, we welcomed Japanese exchange students from Japan. Here in our district office that evening, I attended the reception of recognized outgoing Cerritos College trustee Maria Perez.
Nice.
October 30th, a teacher state of city event with the superintendent, Dr. Zillo, and our communicator director, Mr. Smith. October 31st, Halloween district office coffee hour with the costume contest. Later that day, I had lunch with a Japanese exchange student at Haskell Middle School. Last Saturday, I watched my grandchildren perform at Chinese school performance. I was invited to the festival. With Thanksgiving around the corner, we want to thank those who supported Measure BB by hosting a tour of the several of our school to show the improvement made through the bond. The tour will be on November 19th, beginning at 2:30 p.m. You can go to our school website to register. You also have a chance to take, I don't know how many people want to take yellow bus, only attend one time, so this is a chance for our local community. Please join with us and take the yellow bus. We'll tour you around. I also encourage my colleague, post in your Facebook if you can. And Scott made a very nice poster that include a yellow bus. Please help me and post everywhere you know, every place you know, everybody that you know. I encourage them to come. I want to show our appreciation that community member, our parents support our school. And this is the time we show our appreciation, and this is time also let the community, the money that they have put it out to support our student and also made a difference our district. Thanks again. Before I close, I want to recognize and thank all the candidates who ran for school board in this week's election. As my colleague will confirm, running for public office is not easy. We look forward to work with the newly elected board member, and we'll continue announce them after the election certified. I want to thank you again. This will conclude my board report. Next one's our superintendent report, Dr. Zillow.
Thank you. It has been busy, as you said, President Say. Under the area of shared vision of learning and growth, we did another meeting with our extended cabinet to work on our strategic plan, and we'll be working to roll that out this winter with our staff as well as students, family, and the community. Under the area of building a collaborative culture of teaching and learning, I participated in a classified evaluation workshop, hosted an employee book club event about the book When You Wonder, You're Learning. I had a full-day visit at Nemus Elementary School, Juarez Elementary School, Leal Elementary School, as well as Palms Elementary School, and held my quarterly meeting with directors to make sure we're having good updates on what's happening and keeping each other in the loop. We also did some training and work together on how to use AI in spaces that would help us with our work, and had discussions around the book Trust and Inspire by Stephen R.M. Covey. Under safety and productive learning environments, we had our quarterly emergency infrastructure update meeting, as well as our staff meeting here at the district office with updates. In the area of collaboration with families and educational partners, I was able to watch some soccer and volleyball between Ross and Fetty. Attended the Cypress College Superintendent and High School Principals Breakfast. Was able to attend with our IT team the LACO CTO Technology Session, which was very interesting and informative. I went to Whitman for their Diwali Learning and Performance Assembly. Saw the Bragg Green team at lunch doing their separation of items. Went to the Gar High School homecoming football game, as well as hosted the committee meeting for our student board reps in preparation for tonight. In the area of professionalism, ethics, integrity, I was able to work with our teachers union, our ABCFT president, Mr. Gare, in presenting about partnering and working together for Fullerton School District. And then in terms of influencing context to improve education, participated in the virtual meeting with the La Costa board members meeting through the county, attended the City of Hawaiian Gardens Red Ribbon Week March and Rally with all of our elementary and Fetty Middle School students, attended the State of the City of Artesia, as well as a State Superintendent meeting with AXA. And that was my activity for the month.
That was a busy weeks for you too, Dr. Zitlow. Next one's we'll now hear from our school board representative for Artesia High School. Are you ready? The podium's here now.
Okay. Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Say, Vice President, Mr. Nishii, Board Clerk, Mr. Nayola, Board members, Mr. Beach, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios, Dr. Zitlow, and Mrs. Yu, and esteemed cabinet members. I am Melissa Bautista, ASB President from Artesia High School, and this is my counterpart,
Jasmine Limiak, President of Renaissance at Artesia High School.
And today we will be presenting the Fall 2024 School Report, with the focus being registration, college preparations, and fall semester with school-wide events.
Leadership assisted in 5 days of registration so students can start their first day of school prepared with IDs, textbooks, lockers, and print cards from the Student Union. On August 9th, the class of 2025 hosted the Senior Sunrise, where seniors could watch the sunrise together, enjoy snacks, take pictures, and participate in games. After the senior sunrise, Artesia Student Union hosted a college workshop where seniors learned about different types of colleges as well as the application process prior to starting school.
Instead of a formal back-to-school dance like we've had in previous years, we started our first home football game with a read-out tailgate style event where students could meet before the game to enjoy food, games, and face paint in order to uplift the school spirit in the start of the year. During that week, Artesia had their annual club rush for new and returning students to sign up for different clubs, including Red Cross, Key Club, Drama, Filipino Club, and much more.
In September, Renaissance created their Fall Renaissance cards, which are awards given to students with a 3.0 GPA or higher or who received a 0.5 improvement GPA on their GPA from the previous semester. These students are given monthly incentives, raffle prizes, homeroom rallies. Over 600 students at Artesia High School received a Renaissance card this semester.
To kick off homecoming, ASB hosted a Spirit Week based on the homecoming theme, Old Hollywood. On September 20th, Artesia had a successful homecoming rally which had many club floats, performances, and class and staff games to increase school spirit. Afterwards, Artesia had their homecoming game where ASB set up a face painting station and handed out black and silver incentives that went along with our platinum blackout theme. We held a special ceremony for our homecoming court as well as past alumni homecoming kings and queens to celebrate Artesia High School's 70th anniversary. On September 21st, we hosted our homecoming dance. Leadership set up all of the decor after the homecoming rally, as well as the day of the dance. Everyone had assigned shifts for 30 minutes to work different jobs in order to make sure that everything went smoothly. Afterwards, everyone had an amazing time with their friends while taking pictures, dancing, and creating fun memories for them to enjoy. To celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, ASB had a Spirit Week that included days such as Bring Anything But a Backpack Day, Jersey Day, and Pajama Day. To also continue the celebration of Loteria and Piñata hitting during homeroom.
On October 11th, the class of 2025 hosted Senior Day, which was a full-day event where seniors went through team-building activities and listened to motivational speaker Keith Hawkins, who shared some important life lessons to our future graduates.
On October 18th, Artesia had its second rally. The rally was Halloween theme park themed, and each class had a different theme park to choose from. Instead of having club floats, there were multiple performances like drumline, ACT, which is our dance team, and cheer. The rally was very interactive by having a class game and sports game. All fall varsity sports teams were also introduced as well.
On October 24th, Renaissance hosted a Halloween carnival during homeroom and lunch for Renaissance cardholders to play games, receive free t-shirts, and also enjoy raffle prizes and games.
To kick off Red Ribbon Week, ASB hosted a Spirit Week from October 28th to November 1st, including Pajama Day, Twin Day, and Wear Red Day.
Throughout the month of November, Artesia High School leadership will host donations for both the holiday toy drive and the food drive. That will lead into our annual toy party, in which families in need are given gifts and food, and during the party itself, they will be able to play interactive games, and snacks will also be provided. We will continue to push forward with more exciting events as the year continues. We look forward to reporting more about our successes at Artesia High School. Thank you for your time, and are there any questions?
Just want to, do we have any? Oh, okay, I was looking for my colleague here. So the first one will be Dr. Rios.
As always, it's a pleasure to hear about all the exciting things that are happening at Artesia High School, especially about your Renaissance program, which celebrates improvement, right? Because we know that sometimes kids struggle, but there's always that idea that they can improve and be celebrated for that. I was at your homecoming game and very much enjoyed the fireworks show at the end. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, just thank you for being here and keeping us posted on all that fun stuff that happens there.
Thank you. And next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, President Say. I just wanted to echo what Dr. Rios mentioned. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing all the wonderful things going on at Artesia. Congratulations, 600 students with a 3.0 GPA. That's amazing work. I know it's because of all the people in the room back there. The Artesia team, they're always supporting their kids. They're everywhere. And I know it's a collaborative effort. And I know Principal Garcia, it's the leader of that team. So thank you guys for being here and always supporting your kids.
Thank you. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, also I echo Board Member Noyola's compliments of the great leadership that you have at your school, and obviously being able to tell us a lot about what's happening at your school in terms of events. But as a school board representative, you have a specific role, and we have a specific role as to help the students out as well. So how as a board can we help you achieve your particular dreams, whatever they might be, or serve you better? Do you have any ideas? From the student perspective.
I think maybe one idea I just came up with in my head right now is maybe, I know a lot of us want to network with a lot of you guys. And by networking, I mean maybe meeting some of you guys, being connected. So, because I know after high school, a lot of us do want to get into that realm of like speaking or maybe being a representative ourselves. Like it could be in terms with like the state, the district, teaching, anything like that. So I think maybe I would say like provide us with, or not provide us, but like maybe help us out. I really love when Dr. Zietlow comes, because we get to interact with the board more, and then we get to meet you guys, we get to interact and really connect with how you guys see the district overall in general. So maybe I think more of that is really helpful. So we know that you guys are connected with us, and we know how to also represent and lead the school in general, because I know a lot of people also do struggle with public speaking and maybe getting their voice heard across.
Sort of like shadow a school board member day or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to say, Principal Mr. Garcia, always bring your army in the back and always take the whole section from us. But I want to thank you folks support our student here and also district. I want to thank you so much. It seems like from your report, you have a good time in your high school year.
Yeah.
Not just a study, but you also have a good time. I'm very pleased on that. Thank you. And I don't know you drive or not driving, but I want to have a safe night and go home and study, continue. Looking forward to see you. I will be your school next week.
Oh, okay. Great, we would love to have you.
You got my date with you, Principal Garcia. I will be there.
Can I one more?
Yeah, sure.
If you would like to provide an even deeper detail regarding your ideas regarding the school, I will have a tea on November 12th on Tuesday at 6:30. So I would love to hear your ideas even in greater detail. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is that you? Push the button, right? Yeah, okay, so I'm
Thank
clear
you.
now. Thank you. Have safe drive. Bye, good night.
Thank you.
And thank you, Principal Garcia and the staff. Next one will be our employee representative report. Mr. Regier, we missed you, haven't seen you for a while. Our ABCFT, the president.
Good evening, President Say, school board, trustees, superintendent Dr. Zietlow. I don't have notes with me, so this comes from the heart. My apologies, the wild winds got me, so I missed the cake. However, this comes, I got one of these. All right. And I just want to say, I know that you two have been friends. This is Dr. Eugenio and Mr. Beach. They're friends. They got on the board together. I'm sure they've had lots of conversations together, just learning. But you've really been good stewards of ABC. I know that Dr. Beach and I, or you're not doctor yet, but Mr. Beach and I, we started talking right out of the gate. It was a couple months, probably 4 months prior to the pandemic. We were already having conversations. And little did I know that, 8 months later, we would be having some of the most impactful conversations about how to get kids back to school during a really rough time. And I know that when both Dr. Eugenio and Mr. Beach got on the board, that they didn't understand what partnership was, because that's something very different and part of our culture, and people who come from the outside kind of go, what is that, right? And it's really about just communication and no surprises, and I think that's something that we've always worked on. The union puts out a union news every Friday, and Mr. Beach is probably the first or second person on that half of the time reading what the union is writing about. We have no secrets. There are a lot of administrators, board members, community members that get our newsletter. It's a way to connect this community together. But I really appreciate the times that you've read something, called me up, we've had a conversation. The great thing about Google is if you need to add information or take away something that didn't make sense, he's been super helpful in editing to make sure that the board is well represented, that we have the correct information, and that the community sees that. And it's just been such a huge part, and I don't know if you know that, but Mr. Beach, really appreciate just the communication your whole tenure here. And not only that, as the board president, when you did the board president and went to every school, which we all thought you were nuts to do 2 minutes worth of video at every school. It was probably the most impactful video campaign that we've ever had here, and it really brought this district back to where we wanted to be after a really tumultuous, the pandemic took everybody's wind, and it put wind back in our sails, so thank you for that. And I hope that you're able to do that in the next place that you decide to land. That's both of you. Is partnership perfect? No, right? And so rarely do issues get to a board meeting where you hear from our members directly. But you'll notice there's some nurses in the audience tonight. And they're going to speak to, how they feel like a process they weren't included in that process. And, one of the things that we pride ourselves in ABC is being transparent, try to get as many voices, and to really work on our process before we put things out into the public so that we don't have to have a patch or fix it on the backside. We try to put out perfect projects right out of the gate. But that takes a lot of conversation. It's careful, it takes time. If you want to do it right, you have to invest. And so I know that there has been investment to make, to address the needs of our students with nurses and to balance things, but sometimes the process gets mixed up. And so we try to, hopefully we can fix that in the future. We get up every morning and we have a routine. We put on our clothes after we take a shower. If you put on your clothes and then take a shower, there are all kinds of consequences for that. And so it really matters how you do process. And so we always encourage our members to voice how they feel. Like I said, rarely does it get here because we're always having great conversations. But when that breaks down, that's one of the rare times that you'll see our members come up here and speak. That happens all the time in every other district where the employees are complaining to the board. And then we lose sight of what's really important. And so I think it's important that the nurses are here tonight and that they're heard, but I want them to know and I want you to know that we're all really working on a solution for all this, but people get hurt along the way, and we have to make sure they feel whole so we can make it right. And so I want to thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your service, Dr. Eugenio and Mr. Beach.
Thank you, President from ABCFT, and Mr. Gear. Thank you. So next one will be our public comment. Mr. Nariola, do we have?
Yes,
Other
thank you,
comments?
President Say.
Thank you.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive that time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comment section, and neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or abilities of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Our first public comment is Kathy Bales, followed by Joanne McManus.
I know her.
Good evening, Board President Say, members of the board, Superintendent Zietlow, all employees and community members. My name is Kathy Bales, and I'm a proud ABCUSD school nurse. I come to you this evening with concerns regarding the sudden change of nursing assignments across the school sites. Our current head of programs, a fellow nurse, stepped down from her position last Monday, October 28th. Naturally, a change such as this would have a ripple effect amongst our health services department, as this nurse would now need to be assigned new school sites again. At that time, we, the nurses, were told that we would be getting a new school nurse schedule by the end of the day last Friday, November the 1st. At 4:17 p.m., after our duty day was over, we were sent a new nurse schedule to be effective immediately on Monday the 4th, with a 2-week transition to work and pass things off between the incoming and outgoing nurse. This new nurse schedule included 15 sites getting a new nurse almost 3 months into the school year. 10 out of our 15 nurses were getting a change in their assignment. In September, our department had a nurse leave the district, and since then, us nurses have been sharing the workload of the 3 school sites that this nurse was assigned to until a new nurse could be hired. So logically, now that we have a nurse who needs to be assigned school sites again, it makes sense to assign this nurse to those 3 schools that have current vacancies for the time being. Unfortunately, this did not happen. How does one nurse going back into the schools cause 15 sites to get a new nurse in the middle of almost half the way through the school year? There are other solutions, and that is not it. After 26 years of working for ABC, 25 of those at Nixon Academy, you can only imagine how shocked I was to learn that I was being moved from Nixon to another school. As you may know, each school is allotted a certain amount of school nurse time. When comparing the time that I was allocated to my new site to the time that I am normally allocated to Nixon, it is identical. So I have to wonder, why am I being switched to a new school for the same amount of nurse time? I'm the most senior nurse in the district, yet my seniority does not seem to matter. Naturally, the sudden chain of events since last Friday night have left our department in shock, disbelief, and sadness. We are all in the middle of state-mandated screenings, vision and hearing follow-ups and referrals, IEP assessments, IEP meetings with 60-day timelines, and the list goes on. What about the relationships built with our families of children with chronic medical conditions that entrust us with the care of their children 6 hours a day? So much is lost in continuity when you send a new nurse to a school site 3 months into the school year to learn an entire new staff, new school procedures, and a new population of students. So much time is lost getting acclimated to a new site and a new special education team. When asked about the reason for the many changes in our department, we were told that the changes were being made to improve efficiency in our department. It is clear that moving over 60% of your staff to new sites in almost the middle of the school year is not efficient. Our nursing department has asked for the data that supports the site changes for so many of our nurses. We have not been provided with that data. I understand that I am an employee of the district and not an employee of a particular school, but I also know that in the type of job that I do, continuity of care is of the utmost importance. And Board President Say, I know you are a nurse, and I know that you understand how important continuity of care is. No matter the outcome of this, I will bloom where I'm planted. I will continue to do what I love, and that is to serve the many wonderful students, staff, and families of ABC with the highest level of care. It is my hope that ABC will recognize that sudden change is never a good idea and put an immediate stop to the changes in nursing assignments at almost the middle of the school year. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Joanna McManus, followed by Erica Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Joanna. Parents and students may know me as Dr. McManus, Dr. J, Nurse Joanna, or whatever, the kids call me, the nurse. So, I am one of the school nurses that has been with ABC since 2017. Little history of my experience. I started out as a phlebotomist, an EMT, medical assistant, PA, RN, public health nurse with the DCFS. I'm an FNP, and I have a doctorate as a nurse in nursing practice. And despite my diverse experience, I loved being a school nurse. That I wrote and published my doctoral thesis on school nurses assessing for at-risk adolescents for depression. With my prior diverse experience, I began my school nurse career at a neighboring elementary school district with 8 schools, where I was the sole school district nurse. So when I was invited to apply to ABC, where 3 schools are the max assignment, and there was collaboration among 14 other nurses, I quickly jumped on that opportunity. And here I am now. Side note, I was born and raised in Cerritos. I went to Nemis. So ABC is in my blood. Your school nurses love our kids. We love our families. That at the beginning of the school year, we begin to build those relationships with everyone, including when we are assigned to a new site. And nurses are a niche profession within the district that we're the only special ed staff that is on every single IEP. When there's a speech student, the nurse is doing assessment. If there's an RSP student, a nurse is doing the assessment. When it's an SDC student, a nurse is completing that assessment. There is no other profession within the school district that a nurse is on every single special ed student. However, we are not truly considered a true member of the special ed department monetarily. During the pandemic, your school nurses took on the extra role as a public health nurse and assisted with contact tracing with the LA County Department of Health. For me, during those 2 weeks of winter break, I was informed of several positive cases at an elementary and high school of mine. And I was personally calling 50 to 60 families on Christmas Eve to inform them of a possible infection, even though when I asked for help, I was directed by admin to just don't do it and stop. As a medical professional, I was sincerely concerned for our families and their welfare and safety, that I continued to contact every and as many families as I could until I was exhausted without any help. These past 2 years has been very difficult for our department. New leadership had brought on growing pains, morale was low, and we had been feeling overworked, overlooked, unheard, and we persevered. And until this past Friday, late afternoon, as you may have known, 10 out of the 15 nurses were being uprooted and forced to change sites and alter our schedules at 15 different schools. We are upset and angry and have been going through plenty of cycles of stages of grief. Well, I know I have. And we want what is best for our students and our families. And to have us change 2.5 months into the school year is not it. If a teacher was asked to change their class or school site right now without explanation or merit, I believe they would be upset. And like, Kathy was saying, our most senior nurse, who has been at the school for 26 years, was uprooted without explanation. She probably envisioned retiring from that school site like many of our teachers have and will. I am asking the school board to please communicate to us, your school nurses, why this abrupt change was done and without discussion. In closing, despite what may result from this baffling and abrupt change, the Health Services Department will persevere. We will still be here for our families. We will still provide the best care for our families because that is who we are from our core. Thank you.
Our next public comment, Erica Garcia, followed by Kirit. Sean.
Hi, good afternoon. So sorry. Good afternoon, Madam President, Vice President, and members of the board. My name is Erica Garcia, and I am a community member. I'm a mom of 3, and I am a product of ABC School District as well. And unfortunately, I come to you with something that I really deem as necessary and important to discuss with you all about a situation that I deem really important. Within the ABC School District, my whole family has matriculated through the school district. My siblings, my cousins, my really close friends, and now my children. And just recently, within the past month, I've had 2 specific incidences that have happened on campus. One specifically, there was a young boy who called my child a Nigger. Okay? And I was really upset that he would use language like this at school, but I think I was more disheartened and upset at how it was handled. Once I sent an email to the principal, she then sent it to the counselor. I followed up with the counselor because they didn't get back to me right away. I followed up with the counselor, and she, didn't even remember having a conversation with my child. My child was then, I brought her in the office when I had the appointment with the counselor, and she didn't remember. She said, "Hey, did I call you in my office?" And my child had to let her know, yes, it was in between. You didn't call them in the office, but she called her in passing between her first and second period class. And she said, "Oh, he didn't really mean to say that to you. We're handling it. And if he ever does that again, you just let us know." My child felt dismissed, unsupported. She didn't feel safe. No one asked her how she was feeling. No one asked her if she still wanted to be in the classroom with the boy. But my issue is more so with how it was handled by the administration. You know, where is the social justice? And then 2, I just want to know, and I'd like to really understand, how is it that a social justice organization, Project Kinship, is going to be an authority in speaking to my child about racial issues? Project Kinship, I don't know if you all know what it is, and maybe you do, I'm not sure, but it's for incarcerated persons who are trying to re-enter into society. How are they an authority to speak to my child about racial injustices that she's experiencing in school? Thank you.
Our next public comment, Kirit Sean, followed by Robert Ergoski.
Good evening, President Say, VP Nishi, Clerk Noyola, Mr. Beach, Dr. Eugenio, Ms. Yu, and Dr. Rios. I am here specifically for you 2 gentlemen, Mr. Beach, Dr. Eugenio. I thank you for your service. You have been outstanding members of this board. You haven't done anything wrong. You've done what you did. You advocated for GAR. You're former GAR students. You are just wonderful role models to be on the school board. And that's the type of leadership we need on the school board. So again, I thank you for your service. I'm also here to talk about declining enrollment, which you discussed at your last meeting. As you know, I was a member of that committee, and thank you, Mr. Beach, for placing me there. The data that we were given in that committee last year said we had about 18,000 students. So here I am looking at this report, and the enrollment is now down to 17,570. The decline is real and cannot be swept away. As you provide the scope of work to schoolwork, it is worth establishing some baseline beliefs of the school district board, call it whatever you will, that one, we will embrace AB 1912, that no two schools will be closed in any one geographic area, that if we are to do so, any monies that we save from closing a school, the Prop BB money, will be proportionally allocated to where the students will be going. And that the student and any programs, i.e. special ed programs, will be moved in mass to the new location. Why do I say this? Because at the public comment, all we heard were all these concerns from members of the public, because their concern was, you committee didn't look at this stuff. Yes, we had discussed those items in great detail, but if you're not at the meeting, you can't hear the discussions. So having established, we can sweep away some of those concerns of our community. If you look at the data, I'm going to mention Whitman, Stowers, Gonzalez, Leal, and Cerritos. Look at the data. You currently only have enough students for 2.5 schools. The resident students, by the time you get to 29, you will have less than 2 schools worth of students in that area. So one of the schools to be closed should be in that area. Now, the moment you say that, there's going to be another backlash. The backlash is you're closing the good schools and you're going to provide no opportunities for our students. Having sat in that committee, having to listen to, this is not a black and brown issue. This is about providing proper educational opportunities for all of our students, their future. This is not about race or equity. It is making sure students have a real future. If they have an educational outcome, they will achieve for themselves. So as you talk to this unit or this entity, Schoolworks, please give them those guiding principles. You really don't have the number of students. We need to close schools. Schools, unfortunately, are a business, but we're not in the business of profit. We're in the business of maintaining so that we can provide services such as every dollar we save on a plant needs to go back into the classroom. That is a belief structure that I have had. I used to do a lot of IT work in a school district. The dollar we saved on infrastructure was a dollar that went back in the classroom for books and services. So we need to let the community know that those are our core beliefs. Closing school is the last thing we want, but we have to do it to save our resources so that we can have adequate staff, good facilities, and appropriate staffing. Thank you.
Our next public comment, Robert Ufkowski, followed by Kathy Chink.
First, Brad, nice to see you in this setting instead of just over pizza at a Watchdogs meeting. Sorry, I only heard about this yesterday because my wife saw a Facebook post, but I want to talk about the fact that the nurses were just moved without any notification whatsoever. Now, as a parent, I don't expect to be consulted by the logistics that happen at a school, but this is not just logistics. And I thought when I heard the report about the homelessness that sometimes we don't see certain people, we don't see certain things because we kind of have our ideals. I think sometimes we're thinking kids are getting, scraped knees, headaches, fever, upset stomachs. But when I say that my daughters are extraordinary and out of this world, that's just me, not me being biased, which I am. My daughters, in recorded medical history, there have been 15 set of twins that have been conjoined in exactly the same way my daughters have. The first 12 sets completely died. 13 and 14 one survived. On the 15th pair, they go to Nixon, Haley and Peyton Nurkowski. So there's a whole level of care that's happening that we're probably not seeing. And so not to know about it and just see it on a Facebook post that a relationship that my daughters have built with Ms. Bells is extraordinary to me. Again, I don't expect to be consulted on logistics of like certain things, but this is a biggie. And to just let it go to that I found out about it on Facebook after it already happened is extraordinary to me. Extraordinarily poor communication to me. Thank you. My daughters heard about it today only from me. They're often, in a very supportive place, often insecure about the fact that they have special needs. They're extraordinary students, but they have physical needs that they're kind of shy about. They've had years to develop this relationship. And to not get any kind of like, oh, by the way, flip of a switch, this isn't your nurse anymore. This is a big deal, and it was done very poorly. And I am always a big believer. If you make a mistake, guess what? You can fix it, not just ignore it and just say, well, it's over. It's not. It can be what's been done. It's not physics. It can be undone. I'd like to see it undone. Thank you.
Our next public comment, Kathy Cheng.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Chen, and I am a proud parent and product of the ABCUSD. I am speaking today on behalf of our displaced school nurses who were advised without discussion of their new school placements this past Friday afternoon. The role of school nurses is critical to the smooth operation of our schools, particularly during the ongoing public health challenges we face. School nurses not only provide immediate care in emergencies, but also play a vital role in managing chronic conditions, administering medications, promoting wellness, and ensuring the mental and emotional health of our students. Displacing these professionals that have already planted roots at their originally designated schools disrupts the continuity of care our children rely on. It places unnecessary stress on staff, students, and parents, and may lead to potential health risks that could have otherwise been avoided. Furthermore, students who have established relationships with their nurses may feel additional anxiety and insecurity due to this disruption. The sudden absence of a familiar school nurse also fails to take into account the importance of having seasoned, trained healthcare professionals on site, ready to address students' chronic medical conditions as they arise, which our current school nurses have already learned to do with their time at the original campus. I have a special needs child on the autism spectrum at Cerritos Elementary. Our current school nurse, Dr. Joanna McManus, has been there for many years, and my son is accustomed to seeing Dr. McManus on campus and attending to his needs as they might arise. I haven't even told him of the fact that Dr. McManus will not be on campus anymore, and I would like the school board and superintendent to look into this matter to discuss why wasn't the nurses consulted with the removal of their current positions. So thank you very much. That is all I have to say.
I wasn't going to say anything, but as a Cerritos Elementary parent and a Cerritos Elementary staff member, I have to stand up when I was listening to Dr. McManus speak, just to point out the importance of school nurses. So our school just went to camp last Monday. And while it was amazing, the morning of camp is always crazy because you're shuffling through medicines, through field trip forms, through ultra camp, like it's just a lot. And we could not do that without Dr. McManus, who came not on a day that she's assigned to our school site, but even at camp, calling her, texting her like, hey, so-and-so's medicine as the camp. She knows all the kids, like all of them. And she was like, no, he doesn't have or this student doesn't have this student has that. I already talked to mom. She knew all of it. Like as we're going through the medications, we would not know what to do without her. Fast forward a couple of days, later we returned from camp, and I don't want to put out business, but a young lady got a visitor at school, and it was very shocking for this student. But when I told her that I was going to take her to Dr. McManus, the shock, the scare, the fear of it all went away. And it's not just because she's a nurse, but it's because she's our nurse. When she texted me to let me know on Friday that she would not be at our school site, my response was, what is our school without you? Like, I've been there for 6 years now, and my junior knew Dr. McManus. He's at Cerritos High School now, and now my kindergartner knows Dr. McManus. She calls her Nurse J, and she just started. And so I can't imagine what our school is going to be like without her. And yes, we understand that there is, the board has the right to, we work for you all. But what I'm asking is that when we're making these decisions, if they're informed, let us know, because that would be helpful. But remember that there's people that are going to be affected behind the decisions that you make, not just the employees, but the staff, the families, and most importantly, the students that we serve. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, I now close public comments.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you folks came over, present your issue with us. Yes, I understand what is a continue to care. Yes, I do understand what's a competency from one area to another area. Dr. Zillow and I already discussed this already. Hopefully we can figure out the solution, and I want to thank you so much. I mean, working the daytime, come back evening to present your issue to us. Yes, we do understand. Yes, I understand that. So I will work with the Dr. Zillow and our union. We will see. Okay? I want to thank you again for tonight. I usually don't make a comment, but I do want to let you know I do understand what you say perfectly. This is a professional issue there. And happen to the hospital, everywhere can happen. So, bye-bye. Thanks again. So, next one. Do we have any more? Okay, next one, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? I need a motion and second.
Second, Noyola.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Now, action items.
6-0.
Oh, Brad's out. Okay, so 6-0, thank you. Now, it's action item. My motion to adopt Resolution 24-09, National Native American Heritage Month in the month of November 2024. In a motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Zillow, please.
Thank you. As part of our practice for reading the resolutions, I've asked Dr. Rios if she would begin the resolution, and we'll just go down the row.
Okay, Resolution 24-09, Native American Heritage Month. Whereas National Native American Heritage Month celebrates and recognizes the indigenous people who were original inhabitants of what is now the United States, people of Native American heritage have played a central role in the history of the United States, and
whereas in 1976, U.S. President Gerald Ford proclaimed November 10 through the 16th as Native American Awareness Week, and in 1986, the U.S. Congress authorized the request of the U.S. President to proclaim the week of November 23rd through the 30th as 1996 as American Indian Week, and
Whereas beginning in 1990, the month of November was designated as National American Indian Heritage Month, and the proclamation of U.S. President George H.W. Bush in 1990 acknowledged that indigenous peoples developed rich, thriving cultures as well as their own systems of social order before contact with the European settlers, and endorsed self-determination for indigenous peoples by reaffirming support for increased Indian control over tribal government affairs, and
whereas U.S. President Obama designated each November as National Native American Heritage Month. So from November 1st to the 30th, 2024, the United States celebrates National Native Americans Heritage Month. And
whereas the ABC Unified School District is located in Los Angeles County, which was land sacred to Native Californians including the Gabrielino, Tongva, Chumash, and Gz people. And
Whereas the ABC Unified School District affirms that Native American students, families, staff, and community members should be valued for all aspects of their identity, and that education is a necessary component for creating a more equitable and anti-racist community, nation, and world.
Whereas the ABC Unified School District wants to acknowledge these Americans for their contributions to government, industry, commerce, agriculture, science, literature, and the arts, and
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates National Native American History Month in the month of November 2024, passed and adopted the 6th day of November 2024 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay. If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next one, 1.2-A, may I have a motion to approve a community member and student appointment to Board Advisory Committee? I need motion and second, please.
So moved.
Join you second.
Thank you. And do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? See none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. 3.12-8, may I have a motion to approve request to enter into memorandum of agreement with the Family Dentistry, is it Jamar? Gamar? And there's a spelling correction here, Farad, okay, and Turk. And DDS Incorporation to provide externship opportunity for the ABC adult school students in the dental assistant program for the 2024 to 2025 school year. May I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Join you
Dr.
second.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Castro, please.
Again, this MOU is just to support student experiences around dental assisting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? Okay, I have two people on the dust here. One is our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Really quick, do we have any local Cerritos, Artesia, Hawaiian Gardens dentists on this particular externship opportunities?
I don't have that information in front of me at this moment. I can send that to you, but I do believe we have local partners as well. This is just in addition to.
Thank you.
Also have board member Mrs. Nishii. I mean, Ms. Yu.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, President Say. It's
I get
not
in a
that
lot of
long
trouble
of
for
an
that.
evening.
Oh, yeah, you will be.
I want to just say that it's really, really a great opportunity if we have more professionals and doctors or professionals in other trade that can offer such externship, internship opportunities even for our high school students. Yeah, just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comments? Oh, no, we have public comment. So finish our discussion here. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. I'm sorry. 3.13-A, may I have a motion to approve the request to submit the General Child Care and Development CCTR continue funding application for Tracy Infant Center to the California Department of Social Services and adopt the resolution designating personnel to sign contract document for the 2025 to 2026 school year and fiscal year. I need motion and second.
Motion approved.
Second.
Dr. Castro.
Again, this item is to just continue funding for our vital program at Tracy Infant Center.
Thank you. Do you have any public comments? Any discussion with my colleague? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next one, 3.14-8. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with the LCS Training, a division of Left Coast Scales, LLC, to conduct an independent compliance audit of special education data in the California Longitude Pupil Achievement Data System, and identify errors and provide consultation and technical support through online meeting and emails. And motion and second, please.
So
Motion
moved.
approved, Eugenio.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Castro, please.
Yes, this contract agreement is to support our special ed department. There's a lot of documentation that's required, especially for any student who is in the SACE system, which records any information on our IEP. A new change that has happened in recent years is that the state requires now that we submit not only everything to our SACE system, but we also submit all that information to CalPADS, in which they verify. There seems to be some corrections that need to be made with our data in the way that we're transferring that information and the way that's being recorded. So we're going to work with a consultant group that will provide us some guidance on how we can best do that so our staff could be efficient and so that we can provide the correct data to the state.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. We have a motion to approve the request to contract with the Spark Innovation LLC, DBA, Diane Sweetney Consulting to provide in-person professional learning on student-centered coaching for intervention specialists, math coaches, and curriculum program specialists for the 2024 to 2025 school year. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
You on your second.
Thank you. Dr. Castro, please.
As we continue to refine our practices, as you know, one of the major initiatives that happened after COVID was to hire a reading intervention specialist at every elementary site. As we looked at our data recently, we noticed that our CASP scores were flat, and so we're looking at ways to improve that. In addition, and one of the main ways that we can improve that is by strengthening the instruction of our teachers in the classroom and through the support of our intervention teachers, our TOSAs, as well as our math coaches. So that is what we're looking to do, is to strengthen that support for the individuals who provide that direct support to our teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay. I do have one board member on the dais, which is Dr. Rios.
Just very pleased to hear that there is monitoring. I know that we mentioned that a lot, that we want to make sure that the programs that we are in place are giving us better outcomes. So I'm glad to hear that it is being monitored. I'm disappointed that we're seeing flat, but I'm glad that we're looking at not just continuing to do the same thing and getting the same results, but doing things differently. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. 3.16-8, may I have a motion to approve the request to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Azusa Pacific University and ABC Unified School District to provide college admissions to eligible graduating seniors for the 2024 to 2025 school year. I need a motion and a second, please.
Second.
Dr. Castro.
I'm thrilled and excited to present this item. This is an MOU with Azusa Pacific University, which would provide a guaranteed admission to APU for our ABC 12th grade students who meet the criteria that is listed there in the second paragraph.
Do we have any public comment, please?
I do not see any.
Thank you. Any discussion from my colleague here? I see one, Dr. Rios.
Yeah, I tried to read a little bit, and I was also very excited with the idea of this. But Azusa Pacific, is this a private university?
It is a private university. It just provides students a choice if they would like to attend that.
And are the students, is there a system in place to make students aware of potentially the financial impact? Like, are they providing our students with financial aid packages, et cetera, so that they don't end up, I mean, schools like this tend to be more expensive than, say, public schools.
Correct. So we will be working with our college and career counselors as well as our school academic counselors to make sure that students are advised, if they take this option, the costs that would be involved with it.
Is this an innovative way of, I mean, this is the first time I hear of something like this. Again, I like it. Cautious a little bit, but is this the trend that we're seeing, or how did this come about?
Because of new things that are happening with our local CCAP agreements with community colleges, as you see further, we have a new agreement coming with Cal State Long Beach. You know, private universities are trying to keep up with public universities in terms of recruiting students, trying to open access for students. And so, yes, it is a new trend that we're starting to see more and more. And so we're trying to figure out what different partnerships that would benefit our students and benefit our community and provide just the opportunities. It doesn't require them to attend, but it's certainly an opportunity that they, as we always say, we want to put students in a position of choice as 12th graders, and so this gives them a choice.
And I'd be interested to track the success, like to make sure that kids are graduating from this program. I hate to send our kids into programs where they're just going to end up in debt. I'm a big advocate of college degrees, and so again, I'm super excited, a little cautious, but we're excited. Thank you.
I too get excited about this, the application things. I was just wondering, as all guaranteed the seats such as nursing, it's really hard to get into the program, so they automatically guarantee to the nursing program there. I think Azusa Pacific University do have nursing program there. It's hard to get to bachelor in nursing. So are they guarantee our student when they apply, they'll say, hey, you don't have to, like on the waiting list, automatically will get into the program.
There is no guarantee to specialized program. There's guarantees to the university. They have to meet freshman expectations and keep a certain standard, so then they can apply or transfer into their specialized programs.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next one, the 3.17-A. May I have a motion to approve the request to enter in a class instruction service agreement between California State University of Long Beach on behalf of the College of Professional and Continuing Education and ABC Unified School District to provide dual enrollment ethnic study courses for interested high school studies students for the 2024 to 2025 school year. I like that. And a motion and second.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This is another opportunity for students who choose to take it. This would be the first time that we are offering a dual enrollment course from a four-year university, which is Cal State Long Beach. Cal State Long Beach has a long history of partnering pretty exclusively with Long Beach Unified, but they have extended this partnership opportunity to us, particularly with this ethnic studies course. This would be a course that would be held on Saturdays at select campuses. The professors would come to our high school campus to meet with students and provide this ethnic studies course over the course of a semester.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
So I do have two board colleagues on the dais, which is the first one will be Mrs. Yu.
Yes, thank you, Board President Say. Well, it's really awesome that not like just the city college, but university is offering such opportunity for our students. However, with Equity Officer Mr. Blaine Watson and Ms. Erica Aguirre teaching ethnic studies in our high schools, I don't understand why we're using the LCFF fund for a university to come in and teach this, and it's like on select Saturdays only. And then another concern I have is that the ethnic studies offered in a high school setting and college is really different. The way they teach the gender studies, so I'm kind of concerned it might not be appropriate for our high school students.
So can you clarify your first question again?
Yeah, first question is why are we offering ethnic studies when we already have ethnic studies offered in high schools?
So one of the ethnic studies requirements means that by 2030, we have to provide this opportunity to our students. The reality is many of our schools only offer 6 periods. So to fit this in during the school day for some of our students will not be possible, specifically if they are taking advanced coursework, if they're athletes, if they're in AVID programs that would not allow them to have the space to take that ethnic studies elective, which will soon be a requirement. We have provided schools with options so they can take an ethnic studies course. We can embed it, as we did at Gar High School, in their U.S. history course. But every school is different with their scheduling and the option. So again, this is an option. This is a choice. This is not a requirement. Students would select to be part of this class. And it is for students who feel that their school schedule cannot take another course at this time. And it's also money savings for students, and that is the purpose of LCFF and early college is to provide money savings to families who want their students to go to college, but also don't want to pay the heavy expenses that happen at a college, such as health fees, student fees, and of course the fees to take this class at a college campus. That is why we provide funds in LCFF so that students can have that college experience, and that we're creating money savings for low-income families so they don't have to take the course. To address your second question, in regards to this application process, as is any college application process, the first step is that we make sure that the course is appropriate for the grade level. So this would not be a course that we would offer to ninth graders. We would only offer this course to juniors and seniors as is more appropriate for that age level. Secondly, we make sure that the parent is involved. There is a parent information night. We provide information to the parents regarding course outlines, and a parent signature is involved to allow the student to take this course. So again, it is another choice. It is voluntary. It is dependent on whether or not parent agrees, student agrees, and they have the time and ability on a Saturday to take this course.
Is there a way for our own high school teachers to teach this with our own curriculum instead of college?
Offering a course on a Saturday with our teachers working as hard as they do during the school week, and then our hourly pay would have to be considered. Again, I'm sure that's a consideration, but they would not be receiving college credit. And as a reminder to the board, one of the requirements for the California dashboard is that we must make sure every student has a college experience. That's how our college and career indicator is measured, that they must take at least one college course in addition to taking a P class, in addition to meeting A through G requirements. So with those requirements, we are trying to provide students with a variety of opportunities and options so that, because no one child is the same, no one family is the same, and they have different experiences and opportunities. So again, we're just providing choices so that they could take it during the school day because there's offerings there. They could take it after school.
So for the
they could take
LCFF
it-
fund, sorry to interrupt you, but is this mainly for the students who qualify, or any students can take this course?
Well, again, because our LCFF funds are our student proportionality of low-income English learners and foster youth is about 55%. We can offer it to all students.
To all students.
We purposely work with our counselors to try to make sure we're recruiting students who fall in the categories of low-income foster youth and English learners. But again, because our percentage is above 55, we can offer it to all students.
Okay, just finally, just my thought. If we're going to use the LCFF fund, I would like the money to go towards benefiting the students who qualify for the LCFF, and especially for the low income, I would like to see courses offered that have exposure to career, technology, and skills that leads to marketplace, that way they could have choice to pursue career and job after they graduate from, high school. Because Cal State Long Beach have other great programs such as graphic design. Their art program is better than some of the high-end schools. So courses like that would benefit our kids very much. So I don't feel comfortable with the gender studies being offered. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. So actually, Dr. Castro, I think this is a great opportunity here. Oftentimes we see the dual enrollment with the two-year colleges, and that's okay. But the level that you have at a CSU is going to be, I think, a certain amount different. It's going to be different kind of quality, and I think it's great because you're going to be able to look at the curriculum, make sure that it is appropriate, and it's not going to be like it's going to be a hidden curriculum, correct? So you'll be able to determine whether it's ethnic studies or gender studies, but it's specifically designed only for ethnic studies, correct?
Correct. There is
Okay.
no gender studies in this course.
Yeah, I thought so. And you'll get to look at the curriculum, and all of us board members will get to look at the curriculum if we so desire.
Correct.
Right. Okay, great. So I think that's actually great. In fact, I know it's tough, but how about UCLA? That's a pretty good school, and they're known to have a very good ethnic studies program. It's a UC system school. I don't know how it's kind of a distant location and all that, but there are some telelearning or maybe internet opportunities that could be gotten there. But this is a great first step. And I like the idea of these schools also offering or going to the four-year colleges for not just ethnic studies, but other things. I know there's a lot of other work involved with this, but this is a great, great start. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Castro. I'm excited with this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one will be our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Castro, I want to thank you for answering one of my questions before I answered it. I think it's good that we have parents sign a permission slip for a class like this. Dr. Zietlow, I want to thank you for sending me the entire curriculum. I read it in its entirety. There is critical race theory in this curriculum, and I think it's advanced concepts for the college level. Personally, I'm against this, and I just wanted to put that out to the families watching. Thank you.
The next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios.
Yeah, I like that was touched on, that it would have to be parent-approved for students to participate. And as a parent of a junior or senior, I'm super excited with this. He's an athlete. He struggles to find time for electives. And the fact that it's on Saturday is exciting for me. Long Beach State, I'm a graduate of the Ethnic Studies program, and it led to a pretty good career for me. So I hope that the same can be said about the students that participate. If they choose and if their parents are in agreement, I like the trend of the community colleges. I know it's not new. I mean, when I was in Artesia High School, I took a law class, Introduction to Law, and it was a professor from a local college. So I know that this has been going on for decades in our schools, and we've trusted people that come into our schools to do what's grade appropriate. We trust our staff to vet these programs and to provide information that's appropriate to our families. And I, as a parent, like to stay informed as well as to what my child is being exposed. So I will be monitoring as well. Again, with the limitations, I know like right now Artesia High School is on a block schedule. I'm sure that when other I don't know, there's conversations about other high schools going into that. It allows for more flexibility for kids. But right now at a place that doesn't have block schedule, I know that there's, again, limits as to what kids can take, especially when it comes to electives. If there are people like English learners, so we talk about LCFS, I think this, again, would provide a service to students who are limited as to what course offerings. It's soon going to be mandated. So this, I would hate for kids to have this as an added barrier because they choose to be athletes or because they happen to be labeled as English learners. So I personally am super supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
I'm sorry to have to ask this question because Board Member Beach kind of brought up something. And there's all this stuff about, I guess, critical race theory. Is that an element to this particular course?
I believe if I don't want to quote Mr. Beach, but I believe he's talking about concepts that the public considers around critical race theory. Critical race theory itself is a concept of law, and that is not part of this course.
Okay, so it isn't actually being taught in this course. And would the parents, when they're selecting to go through this particular analysis, they'll get to see the curriculum before their child does that, right?
Right. The university provides a parent preview so that parents can come examine the materials. Most of the materials are articles, and I believe in the outline I sent there were some links that you could review. And so that's part of the discussion that we would have with parents so that they could review that. Again, it's a choice. And just to address a question that was brought up earlier that I don't believe I addressed fully, because I want to make sure you have all the answers you need to make an informed decision, is that with Cal State's in particular, because it is at a higher level, when we work with them and try to negotiate like a course that they could offer, they generally want to provide a course that they have seen massive success with in other schools. And they've seen massive success for years, historically, more than a decade of success with ethnic studies at Long Beach Unified. And so that's why that's the first offering. Is there an opportunity to offer other courses CTE? It depends on the success of this, of course, but yes, there is an opportunity, but they all usually when they put something on the table, it's a course that they are already comfortable with, that they know other high school students have been successful with in other districts. So again, we use data to make those decisions, and that's why this course was the first one we offered.
And so most importantly though, the parents will get to judge their own child's maturity levels and make a decision as to whether the child is ready for a college level course. It's not like they're forced to take this class.
Right, there's no requirement to take this class.
There's no indoctrination in there. There's just, you get to see the curriculum. This is good enough for my child, or my child isn't ready for it, and or maybe it's too political, whatever it is, and the parent can elect not to take the class, or have the child take the class.
Correct. As we've always done historically in ABC, and as I have always made sure that we work with our families and our parents as partners. Every parent, every household is different, has different belief systems, and we believe it's important to honor that, and so they need to make an informed choice.
Informed, knowledgeable choice. So that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be our Vice Board Member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. And I always thank our cabinet and our staff for filtering out a lot of things. I mean, and bringing the best to our students. Really appreciate all the extra work that you do. But I think the parents and the community have to be informed that the purpose of the ethnic studies, and I really appreciate as a minority learning about, teaching our children about our heritage, our immigration, and our forefathers, and just the differences and the diversity. Really appreciate it. However, the whole world knows that there's a critical race theory and the gender studies that are taught at the college level, ethnic studies, So I would really appreciate it if that's, filtered out, and, that we, the board, will get a copy of the curriculum and the syllabus, So, yeah, appreciate that. We have to, the public has a right to, be informed. And also another thing is that parents don't have the time all the time to review all the curriculum, to be realistic. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next one will be our Board Member, Mr. Beach, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I usually don't speak twice, but I feel I need
That's
to
okay.
tonight.
That's okay. I think it's for our kids.
Okay, this is the course description 119 that was sent to me. Introduction to Racial and Ethnic Studies. This course offers a critical introduction to the major concepts, theories, and issues to the study of race. How is that not critical race theory? And it goes on to talk about how it is going to talk about gender and sexuality and other forms of social categorizations to understand the different modes of domination, resistance, and proactive creativity. So I think we should maybe postpone this item so the entire board can review the curriculum, or if you're prepared to go forward now, that's fine. But this is a lot more than what we've talked about or what anybody's seen. This is a college level class.
Okay. First of all, is there a time frame there for us to?
If we would like to offer it the second semester, there's a time frame because we have to get registrations going, and that takes time. So, the postponement would obviously offer the opportunity to students. Just to reiterate, it's an option. It's a Saturday. Not all students will take it. They will get to make that choice. We're really only starting with one class. They have the opportunity to take the high school class if need be. And as we get closer to the requirement, we're exploring other options for students who are athletes or in programs that they can meet those requirements, like I mentioned with the U.S. history, combined with ethnic studies, if that's the option that they choose.
Okay, so we do have time frame. We do have a little time there. As a college professor here, I like to share my colleague here. This is required when you go to college level. You ought to take, and I see my colleague consider about the age, exposure at this early age, and it's must be taking in this class. And then for us, even one thing I do want to let my colleague, Ms. Yu, were talking about, can you have our high school teach the university level? No, you can't. The reason is when you take the classes, I'm on the middle side. When you take this class, it's because it's college level, so you credit for the college. As a college professor, you have to get a board to approve to teach college. But high school teacher cannot teach that university student level. And plus, when it's offered by the Kelsey Long Beach, I don't know that course, you can help me find it. The course only for the state university level can be transferred to UC system. They need to know, the parent need to know. When you take in the state, Cal State, you might not transfer to the UC in the future if they want to move to UC. That's another thing we need to know about this course we offer to our students. Otherwise, they're only stuck in a state university, not to the UC system. That's one thing I know that. Okay,
yes. So this course meets a general ed requirement for the first 2 years of a Cal State and/or UC.
Oh, you see.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually they are, because for my college right now, all my students have to take the class in order to graduate. You know, this is like 18 the minute they finish. Even a lot of high school, as far as I know, because the benefit to this, to ABC student is really, because the more class they take prior before they enter university, the chance is easy to get into the program. Because a lot of time, some students are not able to be accepted by the university right away. They don't have enough college credit. So I think one of the reasons maybe staff focus on it because college credit level and they're easy to get apply to university when they graduate here. Just like some of our student high school kids, by the time they finish high school, they already done the associate degree already, so they really can move on. I think that's when the staff looking to the benefit to our student. So since we have time frame there, I'm asking my colleague here to postpone until we find a more detailed this one. And we're kind of a little doubt right now here. I have half of my board believe there's some issue there, and then my half of board say, hey, what is the best interest of our students? So if you can more get clarification, I have one, can I just finish real quick? Clarification, and maybe you can postpone this agenda to the next time. But before I conclude to the vote, I will give you one more chance to Dr. Rios, is it Dr. Rios? Yeah, to present your side of point of view. Go ahead, Dr. Rios.
I just need clarification, because here in our board agenda, it says, it's one title, but then Board Member Beach stated a completely different title. I heard there's no mention in this class of gender, but yet in that title, he says that it does talk. So we just need to figure out what are the facts.
Yeah.
And there is a motion on the table, so we would need to vote on that before we decide to postpone.
Okay, so let's do this way, let's do, all in favor, please, aye. Then if it doesn't,
Wait, what are we
then we
voting?
fail.
Yeah.
To postpone.
I said to postpone. Clarification from the staff, or from me? From the staff, okay, go ahead. Dr. Castro. We have different version here,
Yeah, was he reading from their actual course description?
right?
Yeah, course description 119 is the actual course code of that course, and it is called Introduction to Racial and Ethnic Studies.
What he was reading is like a paragraph underneath that defines it.
Maybe you can go to the website, they usually have that more on Kelsey Long Beach, yeah. You have it? Okay, she has it right now.
So,
Thank
so
you. Hold on a second, he had it on the website right there.
He read from it.
Oh, you read it from there? Okay, so there is a description there.
So maybe more information then.
Yep, that's what I'm asking the folks. They clear? Is that okay? Is that fair?
Well, we got to vote.
We gotta vote.
So we're voting on
Motion
to,
to further delay the,
to,
Approve or deny, then we got to make a motion to amend.
I need someone on the floor here, make the motion to postpone this agenda 3.17-8.
right, that makes sense.
Mhm.
So somebody's going to make a motion to postpone?
Motion postpone, Eugenio.
Okay, I think we also need we don't need a second though.
You need a second
We need a
for that.
second. Go
I'll
ahead, do I
second.
need a second? Second by Board Member Beach, so we're gonna roll call for each, please. Daniel?
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
Mr. Noyola, Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Mrs. Say.
Yes. So we'll,
Motion to postpone passes 7-0.
okay, so we'll postpone and give it back more detail on the definition there. It'll be in the Thursday notes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Castro. So next one's a 4.2-8, my motion to approve the first interim report for the 2024 to 2025 fiscal year with positive certification and budget adjustments as reflect. I need a motion and second, please.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen.
Good evening, Board President Say. Tonight is for your consideration is the first interim report, which is the first budget update for the current year. The board approved the 24-25 budget in June of 2024, and we are now giving the board the first update to the budget. We are required to give the board 2 updates in the fiscal year. That's why you see the first interim, and then in March you will see a second interim report. So on page 80 of your packet, board packet, there is a small adjustment to the LCFF revenues to the positive of $346,000. So the county makes some minor adjustment to that in the right direction. So that is an increase in revenues of $346,000 for the unrestricted general fund. So our total revenues for the unrestricted general fund is going to be at $243,123,813. So that's on the revenue side of the unrestricted general funds. Now, on the same page, on the expenditure side, though, unfortunately, there's an adjustments to the expenditures of $4,152,698. And this is normally, I don't take an adjustment to expenditures this large to the board after we adopt the budget. But this is due to the fact that the board approved AB 218 settlement agreement at the last meeting that would pay from the district general fund $4 million to settle this case. Again, that's an AB 218 case that the board approved at the last meeting. So in order to pay out the settlement agreement, we have to make adjustments to the budget to accommodate for this because it was not in the June budget. We did not budget for the settlement agreement. So having said that, if you go to the bottom line on page 80, we are deficit spending this year now will be, I want to read this for the record, $8,328,637. That is on the second column, what's say first interim report, the net change in the fund balance. I hope you see that, right? We are deficit spending from $4.5 million to $8.3 million because of this adjustments. So we are furthering our deficit spending for this year. Again, it has gone from $4.5 million to $8.3 million because of this budget adjustments. So that will bring our unrestricted general fund balance down to $14,276,606. I hope you all see that. Okay. So moving on to page 81, the good news is that this is the restricted general fund and we have no adjustments to the program, so everything is on track there on the restricted programs. One of the requirements, and this goes on to page 83, is that the district required to not only provide a budget update for the current year, but also the next 2 years to ensure that we are able to financially meet the obligations and that we have sufficient reserve, right? You know that our reserve requirement is 3% as a minimum for a district our size. So if you look at the projections going down on page 83, currently we are projecting that we will be deficit spending not only this year but the next 2 years. And at the end of the 26-27 school year, our fund balance will be $3,902,502. So clearly that's below the 3%, right? That's down to 1% now. But we do have reserve in another fund. That's reflected on page 113 now. So I want to make sure you go to that page and follow. I'm sorry, on page 113. The multi-restricted. Page 121. I apologize. So this is the county form or the state form that required the district to project it out the 3 years. So if you look at the last column on the page of 121, we are projecting out the $3.9 million in fund balance, plus another $6.7 million in reserve in the other fund, Fund 17. So that's bringing out reserve now to $10.6 million, which is about 3.23%, which is barely above the minimum requirement. So unless we make adjustment to the budget in future years, in terms of expenditures reductions, right? Or unless state funding will increase at a higher level than what we're currently projecting, we will be at about 3% in 2 years. and that's the minimum. So we will be forced to make budget reductions after this year if we want to go down this low, right? I normally don't recommend the board or the district to operate with a 3% reserve. So we are waiting for next month, in January, for the budget proposal for the following year. And if we need to make some adjustments for the following year, we'll have to start that conversations soon after that to ensure that the district is, fiscally prudent with our reserve and with the percentage of our negative spending, at least within the control. And the reason for that currently is this year, our COLA is 1%, right? So your funding is increased by only 1%, but because of declining enrollment, 500 students, that's $10 million right there, right? That's more than the 1%. Plus you have the additional cost of health benefits and all the other programs. So we will have to begin looking at this structural deficit, if you will, and declining enrollment and the impact on the district's operation after the governor's proposes budget in January. So that's when we, hopefully at the second interim report, we have better news and better numbers, but this is, as of today, we are looking at about 3% reserve in 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
That is my report, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, I see my colleague on the dais. I have a board member, Mr. Breach.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, this is Mike and my last meeting, so my comments will affect the future board, but with declining enrollment and the possible effects of Senate Bill 118, consolidation has to be looked at, period. There's no discussion in my mind about it. We don't want to do it. Nobody wants to do it, but that has to be on the table. And you will start to see TWAN making deep cuts across the board in this department. There's no other way. Look, I'm not an accountant, but looking at these numbers, it's bleak. So I'm just basically letting the public know declining enrollment is hurting this district and other factors. And, it's part of society. It's happening across the whole state. It's not unique to ABC, but we're going to face some tough times. And I wish you all luck and success in dealing with it. Seriously, it's going to be rough. So be ready. Start now.
Thank you. The next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Or maybe not thank you. So the 25-26 projection, now we lost 500 students, and does it project the same? It's the same revenue. But I'm thinking that because we have less students, we're going to have less revenue.
Correct, normally, but because of COLA.
Right,
so that's
but
offsetting it.
It offsets a little.
Correct.
So is this 231,093,093 including the consideration of the loss of the 450 students?
Correct, and the COLA. So the COLA for next year is projected to be about 3.23%. So it just happened to be enough to offset the decline in enrollment impact.
Okay. And this 9 million, I thought that we had to maintain a 3%, and our budget's 320 million. So isn't this below the number that is required by state law?
Yeah. We will be at 3.23%, and that's on page 121, because we have another reserve in another fund that you can account for.
So it's a restricted reserve that saves us.
Correct. It's unrestricted reserve, but it's on a special fund for the.
So we barely make it.
Correct, 3.23.
But other than that, we would be taken over as a district by the state of California because we didn't meet the standard.
I wouldn't go that far yet.
Potentially?
Right. Yes, correct. The county always will warn us and give us a chance to make adjustments. And once we make adjustments and once they approve it, then we would meet the criteria. So Yes, there's options for the board, and I don't want to.
But the worst case scenario is that could happen,
Correct.
right? Because that's per the law.
Correct.
Because the law would tell them to say or do certain things, and they can't make an exception for even a great district like ours if they show financial failure. Another question, AB 218 was the culprit for the loss in this year. We can't budget for that in future years as potential issues that may be coming up?
Correct. Thank you for the questions. The culprit for the negative spending or the deficit spending this year are twofold, right? One is declining enrollment, right? That's already built into the budget because we know that, right? What we didn't know is the additional settlement agreement under 218. So that's drive the deficit further. And it could happen again this year, should the board approve another settlement agreement, or it could happen again next year, right? So right now you are in the current year. If you look at page 80, we are looking at an $8.3 million negative spending, right? But if the board were to approve another settlement agreement, we have to make another budget adjustments to it. So it could be more than that.
Right, and that might be by court where we don't have a choice.
Correct.
Right. All right. Things that keep me up at night. So this is including the issue of declining enrollment. Do we have a specific plan in relation to just next year being $8 million? Because I remember when I first started here, we had about $23 million as a surplus, and it was pretty good. It was a $230 million budget. Now we have a $320 million budget, roughly, almost one-third more, which is great because now we have more money for our kids. But the surplus we had at $27 million is rapidly gone down to $9 million.
Correct.
And it's not because we put more money on the ground for the kids, it's because of AB 218 and the loss of children, basically.
And declining enrollment, yes.
So we're going to need a plan, not just based upon the savings that might occur through consolidation schools, although that might be part of it, but that's not a huge money saver, right? That's not where you're going to make your biggest bang. It's going to be one of the places, but it seems that even before, if we don't start making these decisions, it's going to be worse, because now if staff decides to retire, we can choose not to replace them, right? And for teachers, it's easy, because if we have less teachers, then we hire less teachers, and we don't have to lose any teachers. That's the good thing. Staff attrition will occur. But if we don't start making these decisions now, it won't be an issue of staff attrition. It'll be an issue of staff loss. And so that we don't negatively impact the morale of our employees, it behooves us to act in advance of literally just 1 year. So I would ask that for the next, maybe not this next board meeting, but maybe the following week, one after that, that we consider what our specific financial plan is to address this looming, and we can see it, financial challenge. So can I have a second to that, where we consider it not in our next meeting, but maybe the week after that, to give them time enough to consider the least painful alternatives away from the children, because that's also the secondary goal. We want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't affect the kids today.
So let me give you a timeline before you make your decisions, right? By January 10th, and this isn't the law, the governors have to propose the budget for the following year. So by that day, on that day, we will know his proposal for K-12 education, right? And depends on the outlook of the state budget, at least we have the first glimpse of his thinking. After that, of course, we'll go to the workshop, and usually by February, we provide a report to the board, presentation on the governor's budget proposal. So on that time, and like I said, in March, we'll have to give the board a second update of the interim report. So the ideal timeline would be by March, no later than March. That's what you want, because going into the budget season soon after that, right? Because we start talking budget in the spring, and then there's the May revision update, and then the June adoption. So the time to have a conversations about adjustments, let's call it that, would be after the governor's budget proposal, when we have additional information before the second interim report, and then we can bring to the board. And we have done this, it's been a while since the Great Recessions of 2008, a list of options. If you recall, some of you might remember option A, B, and C. None of them, is popular for you to choose from. And you may choose to not do anything and just wait and see if things get better. So that's another strategy. But, my recommendation is not until the governor's proposed budget is when we bring back an update to the board and a list of options for the board to consider.
So, and I understand the absence of information from the governor's budget is a critical information factor that we should have, but I don't think Christmas is necessarily going to come early this year, that we're going to suddenly multiply by multiple millions the amount that we get, because it's usually just incremental. And in fact, actually, we know, according to the demographic study, that the $10 million that we're going to lose in the 25-26 is going to be more. We know that. They have not been wrong yet. In fact, actually, they've been underestimating the decline that we've had. And rather than at the very last minute when the budget comes out in March, well, we've lost November, December, January, February, March. We lost 5 months to make this less painful. And we may never actually have to implement anything that the financial officer plans. But if we don't have any plan at all, that's kind of like, we don't know but we hope that Christmas comes in March. And I don't think that's a way to govern. I think it's better if we make a plan. We don't have to implement it. But at least have an idea as to how we can decide things that are going to be away from the kids. Because if we do this at the last minute with A, B, and C, we're going to have a ton of people in here from the band saying, don't cut the band. We're going to have a ton of people in here from the football program saying, don't cut this. And I'd rather for us to have at least had a strategy before 5 months, because people are going to say, why'd you wait to 5 months? You knew what was, you're looking at this interim report right now here, right in front of us. And we decided to sit because we don't have an idea that Christmas is going to come in March. And I really hope I'm wrong, but I don't think it's a good idea. I think we need to plan. So that's why I would like, not in November, because you can't have a good plan in just 1 month, but maybe in the middle of December or January to have a fiscal plan as to, this is how it is today and right now, and things don't get better. This is some of the things that we should consider, so that way we don't cut in front of the kids. That's what I'm concerned about. So that would be my request, to have something come in January.
Is it a motion or a request?
It's a motion.
Can I make a
I'll second his
comment?
motion if he'll amend it to the December 17 meeting, which is 40 days from now, to have a list of options.
Then I'll amend it to December 17th. I accept that.
Wait.
Wait, I need a 20.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure we understand that. So right now it's the first interim report, so you have to either approve or disapprove it, right? So that's on the table.
Mm-hmm.
We can provide directions for staff to bring back options for you as a request. It can't be a motion on something that's not on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so that's number one.
All right.
Number two, I'm going to disrespectfully, if I get in trouble by the superintendent, disagree with your statement about we sit here and not do anything or wait for Christmas to come. At the next meeting will be the reorganizational meeting where we're installing 2 new board members.
Yes, that's
Right?
right. That's what
So
I
that's
was
number one. Number two, the first thing we need to do with those 2 new board members is a budget study sessions with the entire board. They will be coming on new. They have no facts, no nothing about the budget history. They need information, to be fair, right? So, so we will provide that and we'll bring that. As the first step to this process will always be a budget study sessions where the board can discuss thoroughly the budget and the impact line items if you choose to, right? But we have to onboard the new board members. They will be part of the decision-making process, and it would not be an advantage or inform for us to at their first meeting as a reorganizational installing, not even to have.
Okay, then I agree. Then maybe it's January. But we don't have the luxury. That's the thing. Maybe we do it in January, but it's gotta be. We can't wait till March.
Okay, hold on a second. Vice President, Mr. Nishi, they didn't put into the vote. Now, I have other colleagues also had some questions to ask. Let's give other chance to talk. So I would like to have next board member, Mr. Yu, go ahead.
Thank you, President
I'm
Say.
probably going to request you
I'll make it quick.
No,
Yeah.
I only give everyone, if you don't mind, like 2 minutes to present
Okay.
your case, and then we follow that. I do want to remind the staff, it was on the information item. Board had to give the staff directions already to look for someone to focus on the, what do we call the consolidation things. Am I right?
That's
So
a separate
there-
issue.
Yeah, the separate issue is on the dot already, and then we have new board member who comes here. They will learn more about budgeting issue that were presented to them. So has been unset already there. So now I have board member Ms. Nshi on the dot. I give you 2 minutes, and I have Dr. Rios, followed by Dr. Rios. It'll be 2 minutes. Okay. So go ahead, Ms. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. So the declining enrollment and the AB 218 are 2 external factors that affects every district in California, not just our district.
That is correct.
Yeah, and as our district, student achievement first. So as we move forward, I think for all the board members to be on the same page is very important. So with the 2 board members, it's not even 1, but 2 board members coming in, they do need some time to digest and to see what's going on before we, put anything heavy on the table. That's my, thing. And this is probably one of those agenda issue that I think all the board members, we have to work together. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you, Tuan. This is very, very tough. I know this is very tough. So, of course.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Next one will be Dr. Rios, please.
Well, I just wanted to appreciate the conversation, but yeah, as was pointed out, we're voting on the interim report, which question, Tuan, what is our reserve on this report?
Thank you. Again, referring you back to page 80, right? For the current year, our reserve is projected now to be at 14,276,000.
For this year?
Correct. Spend that because we are actually negative spending of $8.3 million.
Okay, and the last thing is that we don't have a crystal ball, like that we've made very, before we went into the pandemic, everybody thought that every district was now going to go under, and yet we're experiencing one of the most comfortable fiscal years ever, right? So we don't know. I would advocate that we wait for that March deadline. I think we've always been very proactive in coming up with solutions should there be the need. And as was pointed out as well, we're going to have new members, so I would say December would definitely not be it. If we did decide to move it forward, then it would be, I would think, earliest January, February. But again, the vote right now is on this interim. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. I want you to call it to understand this big issue. If we all know from different things happen to our district right now, especially the enrollment issue. It is hitting us very hard and should be done. And we all know this issue since how many years back in there? A couple years already. We all know just every year it's dropping. There's no way we can increase the birth rate. Will be continue dropping. It is a critical issue. But again, as I mentioned the two board meeting before, don't drag our feet. Let's get the plan and sit down and see how we're going to do it. And a new board member comes, we all need to give the input and let them see the really issues here. Like we were talking about, we had reserved 9 to 10%. Remember before? Everybody's happy now. You can see 2026 to 27 going to drop to 3%. That is a critical thing. We have to get it done. Consolidate school, it takes a while. It's not going to be that easy. But again, like you said, you plan to on March, right? Everything's set up. We have to take action because the board member, our retired board members, outgoing board members gone. Then a new board member takes a little bit to refresh this. But still we need to really put to the program in a tight situation, moving forward. By the time March, I really want to get it done, so we can have a direction, starting doing things the right thing. Otherwise, it's not the money problem; it's also the students' education things that bothers me right now. And we have like 4, 5, 6 combination class now. We have to share the music teacher from one school to another school. A lot of issue there. So I commended you to that direction you give it to us. We will follow that, but we want to see it really action being taken care of that. And since I am continue going to be this seat for a few months or years going on there, but I will watch really hard. And I want to promise my outgoing board member, I want to thank you so much for your service and your concern, and I will make sure this be carried on seriously. Thank you. So without further ado, I need no more discussion on dice right now. So I say all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
I'll abstain.
Okay. So you.
It doesn't matter. I'll just abstain. No big
So
deal.
you want. So we'll have 6-1. 6-1. 6-0-1. Okay. Daniel. Any other board member, any concern? Otherwise, I have to call everyone to vote. If none, 6-0-1. 4.38, I may have a motion to approve the contract with the Schoolworks Incorporation to assist the district in maximizing school facility capacity and utilization and make recommendation to the board regarding possible school consolidation. There you go.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen,
Thank you,
please.
Board President Say. At the last board meeting, the board was provided a report of our declining enrollment, and the board had given staff directions to explore and retain a consultant to assist the district with this process. Our enrollment is real, the declining enrollment is real, and it won't get any better. So we need the expert out there to guide us through this process. So we are able to reach out to different consultant firms out there, and the recommendation for the board is to retain Schoolworks to help us with this process. The cost right now is not to exceed $22,000 plus $3,000 in travel expenses for a total of not to exceed $25,000 with the scope of work that's outlined here on page 125. Should we add additional scope to the work of the consultant, the hourly rate is $205 an hour, and they will go from there if we need them to do additional work for us. This is a recommendation for a contract with Schoolworks to assist the district with this process per the board directions from the last meeting for $22,000 plus $3,000 in travel expense.
Okay, do we have any public comment for this?
I do not see any.
Okay, I do have one board member on the dais. Dr. Rios, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to speak to what Board Member Nishi alluded to earlier, which I think this is a more appropriate time. Will they also be looking at our organizational structure and giving us feedback on how that could perhaps be restructured, or are they just going to be looking at school consolidation?
They will look at all the options here, in terms of they will look at programs, they will, per the board direction, they will survey the community. They will look at our different programs. They might even look at configurations and make that recommendations to the board. And they have to look at SB 1912 and the impact on equity and all of the concerns. And they would have to follow the CDE guidelines on best practice on school closure. So they will follow all of that, and their job is to present to the, after all of that, of the work, to present and make recommendation to the board. It is ultimately with the board on how you want to move forward. They will provide the board with different options based on their analysis with boundaries. They will look at the school of choice program and home resident students versus attending students. So they will factor all of that in as part of their study.
Thank you.
Well, I think my question was more about, will it include, like, for example, departments and the district office and, like, yeah, district-wide?
No, this work is just straight relate to declining enrollment and potential school consolidation. If you're looking at consolidating departments at the district office, if that's what you're asking, this is not part of that work.
Okay, because, yeah, I think that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, if there's less students, we're going to need less teachers. If there's less teachers, then, I mean, we weren't from a, 30,000 student district to now we're at 17. That's almost going to be half.
Yes, 30,000 was a long time ago. We were at 25,000, 22,000 in 2000. Yes, but we've been declining like every district. So we are at 17,005, and you're correct, right? Staffing at all levels have to be adjusted with the new student population that we serve. Yes, but the work of schoolworks is not relating to consolidating departments or looking at staffing, up here. We will do that internally, and of course, when appropriate, we'll have to take it forward to the board with that recommendations in terms of staffing adjustments.
Okay, thank you, because I know that that's what people talk to us about, right? Like, if we're telling them we're going to close schools, they also want to know, well, why is it only students and families being affected? Is this district-wide? And we would feel comfortable saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be Vice President Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. What is the scheduled performance for this? Like, when do they expect to have this report completed?
They want to do a good job, and they want to be realistic with the timelines. Depends on, of course, how fast they can get the information. We are looking at the minimum 3 months.
Okay.
That's the minimum. We are looking at sometime around spring break or springtime, May, realistically. But if we can get it sooner to the board, of course, we will do that.
Okay, great. So I know that each thing that I would add on would add to the cost that is outside of the scope of what's listed here. I don't know if you can interpret a factor such as optimal school attendance for good scores. For example, is there, I don't know if there's even data or how long it would take to determine, is an optimal school size 300? Is an optimal school size 800? I kind of doubt that. But what that optimal school size would be, so that way we have a basis upon which to, or at least we know the basis upon which they decide X versus Y. And it would have to relate to scores, right? The performance in terms of that. Optimal would include the scores and maybe other programs that would be put forth that would, like, for example, a dual immersion, right? Yeah. If you have 50 kids, it's hard to have a dual immersion school. So
they will have optimal school enrollment for optimal programs offering to students for them to succeed. I don't know if there's such thing as optimal school attendance for good score. That will translate to good score.
Okay.
It'll be good and sufficient programs. Depends on the size of the staffs and enrollment in the school. That would hopefully translate into good score.
Okay. That's fair enough. So something with a comparable geographic type of situation and programs that we have, such as dual immersion. How do you what is the optimal school size for a dual immersion, great band, great debate team, great everything that we that we would expect from a top-ranked school district. So that, you think that would be part of the scope that we could have here?
Yes.
Okay, that would be great, and hopefully it doesn't cost us any additional sums. Also, as part of the scope of work, I'm guessing that the issue of rebranding that we had talked about might be something that staff would do and not this particular group, right?
Correct. So that'll be a separate
That's a
issue.
separate ball of wax, but that might be
Right.
something that staff could calculate and make a determination as to what the success rate of that particular activity would be. Okay. I had one more thing, but I kind of forgot it. All right,
Okay.
I'll think of it later.
Okay, I just want to confirm, the total cost is about no exceeds to $25,000, that including the travel expenses, and from the general fund, and the time frame's at 3 months. Am I correct?
Minimum is 3 months.
Minimum.
Yes.
Okay, because by the time 3 months after that, close to May. But then,
November, December, January,
because our March is the one that.
February. February is probably more likely. February, March.
No, it's not.
Well, this is November.
Yeah, the contract signed the thing, getting me
Well, it's
here.
22,000.
So it's probably between the March to the May month.
Yes, ma'am.
So pretty much close to your presentation by that time the state fund the money.
Correct. With the, yes. It could go in parallel. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's a good thing to see it. And yes. Okay, thank you. So seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I have one more person. I'm sorry. Okay.
I was just going to make a 30-second comment on, I'm sure this company have years of experience because the whole California state needs this consulting.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that we can definitely rely on the consultants for assistance to help us in the right direction.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. We have about 15 minutes left to our end meeting today, so I think we have enough time. I'm not going to ask extended time. So next one is a board member report, please. Oh, okay. I'll start with the board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. This is my last board comment. I wanted to start by speaking on behalf of the nurses, specifically Miss Bales at Nixon. My daughter had meningitis when she was younger, spent 11 days in the hospital, came out, went back to school recently thereafter, and she did a phenomenal job understanding what it was and taking extra special care with my daughter. It sounds like all of the nurses at all the sites have these special relationships. I think it would be a catastrophe to change a mid-school year. So hopefully we can come up with another solution, maybe rewind a bit and look at different options. Or we're going to hear a lot more from parents from every school about not wanting to lose their nurse. Anyway, this meeting's bittersweet for me, and I'm sure Michael. The only reason I'm speaking first is because he didn't hit his button real quick and speak before me. But I just want to thank my family, friends, neighbors, parents, students, board colleagues, all staff. It's been a wonderful 4 years. It went very fast. I can't believe I'm sitting here in my last comments, but here we are. I also want to thank Ray Gear. I appreciated his comments earlier. He and I did get a lot of work done. I could call him anytime. He would listen. I really did appreciate him. So if you could tell him, please.
Well, listen, he left. I'm still here.
You too, Ruben. Appreciate you too.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next one will be board member Dr. Rios, please.
Gosh, I think I just wanted to mention as part of my board report that I actually had time to go out and visit some of the sites, did some fun activities. One of them was the trunk or treat. That was fun. And there was something else that I wanted to talk about, but I lost my notes. So good luck to both board members on their, well, thank you for your service, and best of luck to you both.
Thank you. Next one will be Vice President Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. I got to see the girls' flag football championship game with the first one they ever had, which was kind of cool. Tracy High School I got to go visit. Unfortunately, there was a favorite teacher. I don't see where they went, but in any event, learned a lot about how to be their friend, but also require performance. That's the key thing. Middle school science, I got to see that. Artesia trunk or treat, Burbank trunk or treat. Cerritos Elementary, I just visited. I didn't go to their trunk or treat really. Cerritos L, I got to actually put a dinosaur out, and Cerritos Elementary, Elliott Elementary, I got to do that. Diwali Whitman was really great, and some other parents said, how come we don't have a Diwali at my school? He says, because you're the one who has to do it, and that's kind of the power of the parents, right? If you want something, you can do it. Staff will help you do that, but it's got to be the parents to do all that. I think that's the main, lots of little things here and there. It doesn't really matter. What really matters is that we had some great service from two great board members who sacrificed a lot of time, money, effort into our schools for our kids, and for that, and we know their motivation was all good. None of it was for any personal, private gain, and that's very rare to see in a lot of things, right? Sometimes people use things and do it in a negative way. In this case, we have two great board members that are going to be a great model for the two new board members that are going to come on. And hopefully we will work with all the new board members together as we did with you, and you can be their model as to how people who are different can work together. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next one's the board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, President Say. I did also get to attend a couple of trunk or treats. I got to take Ernie to Burbank Elementary as a dinosaur, and also visit Willow and Hawaiian Elementaries for trunk or treat. I wanted to also, give a final, goodbye, but not forever, to Mr. Beach and Dr. Eugenio. Thank you guys for your leadership once again. I know there's a lot of changes coming to ABC, a lot of tough decisions that are going to be, so we hope that your experience here can still live on with these new two elected board members, and I hope that they can rely on you guys to give that insight. And for us here as a team, we are still a team, and we have to continue working together. So thank you guys, and enjoy your first and third Tuesdays every month.
Thank you. The next one will be board member Mr. Yu.
I just want to say, God bless America and bless California, which I call this place my home. And my prayers go with these two fantastic men that, you've done a great job, and you have many good years ahead of you that hope and really encourage that in the very near time that you will continue to serve this great nation. God bless you, and my prayers go with your families.
Thank you. The announcement, next regular board meeting will be December 17th at 7 p.m. in our district office boardroom. The committee meeting, strategic planning of board advisory committee is on Tuesday, November 19th, 6 p.m. at our district conference room. And citizen oversight committee on Monday, December 2nd, 6 p.m. at our district conference room. Finance Audit Advisory Committee will be on Wednesday, December 4th, 6 p.m., District Conference Room. And Policy Board Advisory Committee is on Tuesday, January the 29th, 6:30 p.m., at District Conference Room. Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee on Tuesday, February 13th at 5:30 p.m., District Office Boardroom. And some few of the things I want to remind my colleague. One is a Veteran Days holiday on November 11th for our district, and fall break time is between the November 25 to 29. Thanksgiving is holidays for our district is November 28 to 29. Okay. Now we're going to second public comment. Do you have any?
Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, close public comments.
Go ahead, tell.
Oh, okay. So now I need a motion and a second to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Motion to adjourn, Eugenio.
Second.
Thank you, but I do want to say the last words. You definitely will be missed to the board. I want to thank you very much, and have a nice journey. Okay. Good night. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.